Chapter 2779. After putting everyone into the barren ancient space, Du Xiaofu and Chu Daoju heaved a sigh of relief. After that, the two of them moved with all their might. They unleashed all of their abilities to protect themselves and prevent the mist from invading their bodies. Chu Daoju was still fine. His cultivation was high and at least for the time being, he would not be affected too much. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu seemed to be a little powerless. The purple robe on his body was corroded and disintegrated. Under such circumstances, Du Xiaofu let out a low roar from his throat. It was like a dragon's roar with a strong and ferocious aura. The power of a powerful living creature was vast and mighty. Then, scales grew on his skin. They were densely packed and glowed with a cold light, covering every part of his body. In the next moment, even his body shape underwent a great change. He turned into a huge dragon that spanned 100 feet in length and stretched across the void. This was the green spirit armor that had just reached the second transformation. As a technique taught in the 3,000 Great Worlds, Du Xiaofu could transform into a dragon's body after refining the green dragon's blood essence. His defensive power was unparalleled. As a result, the pervasive fog was firmly blocked outside, unable to affect him in the slightest. He's just like that guy. They're both so abnormal. Chu Daoju sighed in despair as he saw the changes in Du Xiaofu's body. However, Du Xiaofu did not pay much attention to this as he was in the Great Formation. Otherwise, he would be very curious. Could it be that Chu Daoju also recognized this green spirit armor? At this moment, outside the Great Formation, many experts of the primitive Scorpion Lion tribe had gathered. Even those who were not very strong were looking at the Great Formation with great shock in their eyes. Our tribe's Great Formation has not been activated for many years. I didn't expect it to be activated today because of some humans. Those humans are very strong. The tribe leader and the elders were captured in a moment. It's not just that. Even the ancestors did not dare to fight on the ground. Instead, they chose to fight with the Great Formation. Yes. From this, we can see how strong those people's cultivation is. But now, with the ancestors taking action and activating the protective clan formation, those humans will not be able to cause any trouble. Some of the weaker experts of the primitive Scorpion Lion tribe were talking about Du Xiaofu and the protective clan formation. Among these people, almost none of them had seen the protective clan formation. Their eyes were all widened. They wanted to see the power of the Great Formation's power and the power of their tribe. They wanted to see the power of the Great Formation's formations and how the Great Formations their tribe's clan formation esses. On the other side, over the immortal realm experts, the realm of the is God realm of the of realm of how of this of the of editorinen of this realm of the no matter what, as long as we can kill all these humans, we can still bear the cost. Beside him, an old woman of the primitive Scorpion Lion tribe said, "That's right. As long as Lion Hung and the others join forces with the 8-headed serpent clan to capture the little Qilin and the supreme phoenix ant, these losses will really be insignificant." The old man in the lead nodded and said with a burning gaze. His lion eyes were suffused with a strange brilliance and deep hope. How can a few little fellows in the seizing God realm escape? According to the news sent back by Lion Hing, those people came from the small world. They should not have any powerful means to escape from our encirclement. As soon as the old man in the lead finished speaking, the old woman next to him said, "How can people from the small world gather so many experts and come to our primitive Scorpion Lion tribe? This doesn't seem right." Someone felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but frown. He realized that something was wrong. According to the news sent back by the experts outside, the little Qilin and the others came from a small world to the 33 heavens. They should not have a strong background. But now, hundreds of immortal realm experts had directly killed their way to Lion Ancestors Ridge and came to cause trouble for the primitive Scorpion Lion tribe. Could it be that they had some kind of terrifying power in the 33 heavens? This thought lingered in the mind of the person who had spoken, making him feel endless worry. What are you afraid of? You should know that this is the Qian Su Jing Hua heaven. No matter what kind of background they have, they can't act presumptuously here. The old man in the lead let out a cold snort. He seemed to be very dismissive of the background of Du Xiaofu and the others. No matter what kind of background these people had in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, if they were dragons they had to coil up, and if they were tigers they had to lie down. Otherwise, why would the innumerable experts of the 33 heavens rarely set foot in this world for countless years? Just the name of the Qian Su Jinghua heaven was enough to make most people feel afraid. This was a kind of terrifying deterrence. That's true. This time, only 200 or so people have come here. I'm afraid that as soon as they come to this world, they'll come to our primitive scorpion-lion tribe directly. If they stay here for a while longer, they'll attract the attention of those big clans. This time, our great formation is enough to deal with them. But if the power behind them dares to send more people, they'll have to bear the consequences in the end. An expert took over the conversation and said solemnly. In this way, the people who had some worries in their hearts all felt a lot more relaxed. They no longer felt serious because of the powerful background that little Qilin and the others might have. That little Qilin and the Supreme Ant Phoenix, we're definitely going to get them. The old man in the lead suddenly clenched his fist and said with a ferocious smile on the corners of his mouth. Now, let's see how these humans will die in the Great Formation. That purple-robed young man seems to have a space treasure on him. He's sucked the others into it. It's okay. This great formation is at the 9th sky of Immortal Realm. They can't resist it. In the end, they'll have to wait for death. Unless there's an expert in the meditative realm among them. We'll wait until that purple-robed young man and the middle-aged man are dead. Then, the others hiding in the space treasure won't be able to escape. Those experts discussed unceasingly. They were full of confidence as they stood outside the Great Formation and watched, waiting for Du Xiaofu and Chu Daoju to die in the formation. However, when Du Xiaofu's body changed and turned into an azure dragon, those people changed their faces. What's that technique? Isn't that kid a human? Azure dragon. It's the legendary azure dragon. It's rare to see azure dragons in the 33 heavens. It's said that it's a mysterious race. Its intimidating level is even higher than the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins. How could it be? What's the origin of that purple-robed young man? How could he turn into an azure dragon? Those experts couldn't understand why a human could turn into an azure dragon. What kind of technique was that? They were so shocked that they couldn't believe it. It should be known that the Azure Dragon clan only existed in legends to them. It was rare to see them in the 33 heavens. The only rumors they had told them how powerful their clan was. And that purple-robed young man had turned into an azure dragon. It was something that they couldn't understand no matter how hard they tried. He must have some supreme treasure on him. Perhaps he's using the Azure Dragon clan's precious land or the essence blood to cultivate. That's how he can do that. The leading old man's eyes flashed as he said softly, Azure Dragon essence blood. If we can get it, we'll have more experts. The Azure Dragon essence blood was so powerful that it didn't need to be explained. All of them wanted to get that supreme treasure. This time, if we can get the little Qilin and the Supreme Phoenix Ant, our harvest will be bigger than the Azure Dragon essence blood. Someone suddenly snickered and said. When the others heard this, they all nodded in agreement. Just as many experts of the primordial scorpion-lion tribe were discussing, Du Xiaofu and Chu Daoju had already been completely enveloped by the dense fog. As a result, the power of their primordial spirits was even more useless. They used their cultivation to fly in one direction, but they got lost and couldn't find a way out at all. The corrosive power in the fog swallowed the energy barrier around them bit by bit. Gradually, Even Chu Daoju's expression turned ugly. It's indeed a powerful formation. If an ordinary immortal realm expert came in, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Chu Daoju said solemnly. He tried many methods, but no matter how he attacked or used the power of laws, he couldn't make the fog change much. Instead, there were wisps of black gas inside. After it invaded his primordial spirit, it condensed on top of it, causing his spirit to fluctuate. If he wasn't strong enough, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Senior Brother Chu, we can't go on like this. We have to think of a way to break the formation quickly. We have to get rid of the Chimera Lion clan. Du Xiaofu, who had transformed into the Azure Dragon, said with a murderous aura. With the protection of the Azure Spirit armor, Du Xiaofu wasn't worried that he would suffer too much damage. The most important thing now was to break the formation and find out the whereabouts of Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaowang, Du Xiaolin, and Ouyang Shuang from the old fellows of the Chimera Lion clan. Every moment of delay meant that they would be in more danger. To Du Xiaofu, he couldn't afford to waste any time. No, I've already tried. This formation swallows all physical power. If we use the power of our primordial spirits, we'll be taken advantage of by the black gas. We seem to be in a somewhat awkward situation. If we want to break the formation, we have to find another way. Chu Daoju's face was solemn as he said these words. Maybe I have a way to try. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu had an idea. He thought of something that might be able to break the formation. Just as he finished speaking, with a thought, something flew out from his body. When Chu Daoju saw this thing, his eyebrows twitched as he said, "This is the divine desolate heaven-lock formation that you took from the absolute spirit sacred ground?" In Du Xiaofu's hand was a circular array disc. On the array disc, there were 4 small compasses embedded on it. That's right, it's the divine desolate heaven-lock formation. However, it's just a replica. I think I can give it a try. Let's use this divine desolate heaven-lock formation to break the formation. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes as he said softly. As he spoke, all the energy in his body burst forth and poured into the array disc. The array disc immediately emitted a resplendent light, as if it had turned into a scorching sun. It was incomparably resplendent and dazzling. Buzz, 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 buzz. The 4 small compasses separated and flew into the air. They were grabbed by Du Xiaofu's dragon claws. However, the large disc array directly disappeared into the void. No one knew where it had gone. After that, Chu Daoju could clearly feel that there was a strange power of law fluctuating in the void, spreading out in all directions. This power of law was extremely vast and imposing. It was like a tide that covered the surroundings, enveloping an area of thousands of miles. In an instant, in addition to the dense fog that was everywhere in this area, there was also a strange power. The absolute spirit sacred grounds treasure is really good stuff. Chu Daoju looked at Du Xiaofu and at the same time, felt the fluctuations in the air and sighed. With his strength, the fluctuations of the divine desolate heaven-lock formation naturally could not escape his eyes. The mysterious traces of order were rewritten, and they were all connected to the 4 compasses in Du Xiaofu's dragon claws. There was a secret connection. Open for me. Du Xiaofu let out a deep roar. He poured his energy into the 4 compasses and began to mobilize the surrounding laws and order. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the next moment, the fog around Du Xiaofu and Chu Daoju was suddenly pushed away by a strong force, forming a small space for the 2 of them to stand in. As a result, the primordial Scorpion Lion clan's protective array was no longer able to affect the 2 of them. Swish, Du Xiaofu's body flashed with light, and his dragon form changed, returning to his original appearance. His face was somewhat red, as if he was under great pressure. Indeed, with his cultivation, he could activate the divine desolate heaven-lock formation. However, the primordial Scorpion Lion tribe's protective formation was also extremely powerful. If he wanted to use this formation to break the formation, there would still be an enormous amount of pressure. The energy in his body continuously flowed into the four compasses. Only then did he maintain the small space around the two of them and not be invaded by the fog. If the one who controls this divine desolate heaven-lock formation is in the immortal realm, it should be much easier. As the profound qi in Du Xiaofu's body rapidly circulated, he thought to himself. As soon as this thought appeared, he handed two of the compasses to Chu Daoju, allowing him to inject the power of his primordial spirit into them to control the divine desolate heaven-lock formation. The effect was immediate. Under Chu Daoju's control of the divine desolate heaven-lock formation, all the fog within a radius of several hundred miles was dispersed, and everything returned to its original appearance. The two of them quickly identified their location and charged in a certain direction. Let's see how your great array will trap me this time. Du Xiaofu frowned, a fierce glint shooting out from his eyes. Since they could identify the direction, this great array could no longer trap them. In order to not cause too much of a commotion, we originally didn't want to make a big fuss over the primordial Scorpion Lion clan. We only wanted to save them, teach them a lesson, and leave. But now, it seems that things are no longer up to us. Chu Daoju's eyes were deep as he coldly looked ahead and said, "Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. No difficulty is more important than the safety of my family. Whoever dares to have any ideas about them, I will send them to hell." Du Xiaofu had already grasped the purple gold heavenly tower in his hand and charged out. Under his control, the divine desolate heaven-lock formation also moved outwards and quickly arrived at the edge of the clan protecting formation. At this time, many experts were still quietly waiting outside. They only wanted to see how long the purple-robed youth and his companion would last. However, suddenly, the old man from the primordial Scorpion Lion clan felt his heart skip a beat. There's a change in the array. What did those two do? Not only him, the others also sensed the change in the array and sensed the strange aura within. Immediately after, under everyone's gazes, Du Xiaofu and Chu Daoju directly broke free from the cover of the fog and flew in their direction. Crap! They've broken through the array. The clan protecting formation can no longer trap them. The expression of the old man in the lead changed drastically. Shock rose from the bottom of his heart for no reason. He was no longer as calm as before. The methods of the purple-robed youth and his companion caused him to panic. The clan-protecting formation that the primordial Scorpion Lion clan was most proud of could not trap them. This was too terrifying. It was only at this moment that all the experts in the clan felt a true sense of danger. One had to know that there were more than 200 experts in that group. Other than a few at the true severing realm, the rest of them had all reached the immortal realm. Such a force was enough to easily sweep through their primordial Scorpion Lion clan. If they allowed the two of them to rush out of the array, they would not have the slightest bit of strength to resist and would be quickly wiped out. Quick! Run! None of the clansmen should stay here. Quick! 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 The old man in the lead immediately shouted. Without any thought, he immediately flew into the air and fled into the distance. He did not even care about the rest of the people in his clan. Behind him, the other 10 or so immortal realm experts did the same. They all let out lion roars. As they sent messages to their clansmen, they turned around and left. They did not dare to delay at all. Make it big. If we want to make it big, it's best to attract the attention of the 3 great clans. Otherwise, with so many experts chasing after us, we won't be able to eat or sleep in peace even if we flee to the ends of the earth. The old man in the lead thought to himself as he fled. This was the best method he could think of now. Only by making it big and exposing these outsiders to the many clans of the Qian Su Jinhua Heaven would they have a chance to survive. Chapter 2780. Kill! Du Xiaofu and Chu Daoju shouted, their auras skyrocketing. Du Xiaofu's mind flickered, retrieving the divine barren sky lock formation. Then, he swung his arm. Swoosh. Swoosh. More than 200 shadows stormed out of the desolate ancient space. Their auras were like rainbows as they chased after the experts of the desolate Chimera tribe. Roar then, Du Xiaofu roared one more time. The dragon roar tore the void. His body changed. The second transformation of the blue spirit armor was activated. The massive body of the blue dragon twisted in the void like a thick electric light, chasing after the expert. You can't escape. Chu Daoju raised his long saber and slashed the void. The majestic saber light reached the back of the old man of the desolate Chimera tribe in just a blink. There was a big gap between the two of them. The old man was at 5th sky of Immortal Realm, while Chu Daoju was at 8th sky of Immortal Realm. His speed was much faster than the old man's. Kill. The other 200 warriors moved together, surrounding the desolate Chimera tribe and cutting off their escape route. Du Xiaofu's dragon body danced, and his dragon tail lashed out, sending a primordial manticore of the truth severing plane flying. Under the powerful force, the primordial manticore's body exploded in midair, turning into a cloud of bloody mist. Run! Countless disciples of the desolate Chimera tribe ran for their lives. However, under the joint attack of the 200 warriors, none of the warriors above the true severing realm could leave the Lion Ancestors' Ridge. Du Xiaofu's team didn't show any mercy. They attacked with all of their strength. Waves of supernatural powers descended like a tsunami. The vast energy filled this space, turning it into an ocean of energy. The furious waves crashed and shattered the 9 heavens. The desolate Chimera tribe will be erased from this world today. An expert shouted, activating his Immortal Realm cultivation base. Invisible rules were triggered, forming a huge net of light that enveloped everyone. Except for the Immortal Realm experts, no one could escape from it. I can't escape. Countless people were overwhelmed with shock and despair. The huge net of light was like shackles that claimed their lives, wantonly reaping their lives. On the other side, Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San and more than 100 others had already disappeared from the area. They were chasing after the Immortal Realm expert. However, he could still vaguely feel a terrifying energy fluctuation coming from afar, shaking the heavens and earth. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the entire Lion Ancestors' Ridge fell into a state of tranquility. Under the onslaught of dozens of sempiternal realm experts, coupled with the fact that many sempiternal realm experts of the primordial scorpion lion race had already fled, these people were completely powerless to resist and were all captured. One restriction after another landed on their bodies, and none of them were able to move. They were like fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Not only the reality-severing realm cultivators, even the primordial chimeras of the primordial void realm had all been captured. The remaining people were also trapped within the Lion Ancestors' Ridge, unable to leave. I don't want to repeat the question I asked before. Those who know can tell me directly, and I can consider sparing their lives. Du Xiaofu had already returned to his human form. He stood in the air and changed into a brand new purple robe, which fluttered in the wind. He was absolutely domineering. Around him, many primordial chimeras of the primordial chimeras lowered their heads, not daring to look at such a young man. In their eyes, this human was like the demon king. He was so ferocious that he could kill their patriarch without any hesitation. You're all very stubborn. It doesn't matter. I don't mind waiting for a while. Those patriarchs of yours won't be able to escape far. When the time comes, I have my ways to get all the information from them. At that time, your fates will be even more miserable. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance now. Seeing that no one answered for a long time, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with the light of thunder and fire. Every time he looked at someone, it was like 2 knives were placed on their necks, causing chills to run down their spines. Du Xiaofu wasn't wrong. After waiting for a while, Chu Daoju and more than 100 people came back. Although they outnumbered the others by 10 times, none of the experts of the primordial chimeras could escape. They were all captured. Du Xiaofu wasn't surprised by this situation. Kid, have you interrogated them yet? Chu Daoju threw the fifth sky of Immortal Realm expert to his feet and turned to ask Du Xiaofu. Not yet. I'm afraid these small shrimps don't know much. It's better to take action from these old things. Du Xiaofu stepped out and went to Chu Daoju's side, grabbing the old man in the lead into his hands. At this moment, this expert at fifth sky of Immortal Realm was like a little chick that Shi Yan was holding in his hand. Kid, we have to seize the time. These people haven't given up yet. They've spread the news. The other clans know what's going on here. I'm afraid it won't take long for the experts to come here. At that time, we'll be in big trouble. Chu Daoju frowned, talking to Du Xiaofu. With their competence, it wasn't a problem to capture these old freaks. However, it was hard to stop them from spreading the news. What a cunning old thing! Du Xiaofu squinted. He had learned from Chu Daoju that this world was different from the others. The creatures here were extremely xenophobic. If the ordinary experts came here, they wouldn't cause a big commotion. However, Shi Yan had more than 200 Immortal Realm experts on this trip. This kind of power was enough to sweep over a place. The Yuqing Divine Nation also had this kind of power. Thus, to deal with the outsiders, the other clans in the Jinghua Heaven would join hands. At that time, Du Xiaofu's team would have to face endless troubles. This was also the reason why Yu Taiyan told Du Xiaofu seriously not to make too big of a commotion. Everything should be done to save people. You think I can't do anything to you if you don't tell me? Du Xiaofu suppressed his thoughts. Then, he raised the head of the primitive Scorpion Lion clan in his hand. Without a second thought, he raised his other hand and stretched out his 5 fingers, grabbing onto the man's head. Buzz buzz buzz, the soul-searching technique was activated. A strange light burst out from his body, forming a mysterious track. Like the roots of a big tree, it pierced into the old man's head. Ah! The old man let out a miserable howl. The terrifying lion's roar pierced through gold and cracked stones. It shook people's souls. Even Du Xiaofu felt a little dizzy. It had to be said that the Immortal Realm was indeed a height that Du Xiaofu was still far from reaching. Even though this old man's primordial spirit and physical body were sealed by Chu Daoju, he still had terrifying power. Humph, no matter how much you resist, it's all futile. Du Xiaofu snorted coldly. He forcibly stabilized his primordial spirit. After silently closing his eyes, he began to search the old man's memory carefully. After a long time, Du Xiaofu let out a long sigh. His expression suddenly relaxed. So it was you who did it. Du Xiaofu gnashed his teeth. His killing intent soared. He raised his palm, wanting to chop the old man in front of him into meat paste. However, this killing intent was forcibly suppressed by him. How is it? Chu Daoju raised his eyebrows and asked. He was surprised by Du Xiaofu's means. It seemed that he had seen such means on that guy before. It seemed that this kid was really extraordinary. Otherwise, why would that freak take a liking to him and teach him so many unique skills that made him famous? The information we received was correct. Ba Huang and the others were indeed jointly hunted down by the Chimera Lion tribe and the Yamata no Orochi tribe. Du Xiaofu's eyes focused as he said word by word, "That's not all. 4 other Immortal Realm experts have already rushed over. However, there hasn't been any news from the people who killed Little Lin and the other 3 over the past few days to the primordial Scorpion Lion tribe. Therefore, I am still unable to confirm their current whereabouts." This old man had an extremely high status in the Chimera Lion tribe. He could be considered the strongest person. Although he had been in seclusion all this time, capturing Little Qilin and the Supreme Phoenix Ant was an important matter. Naturally, he would pay special attention to it. Every movement would be reported to him immediately. Therefore, Du Xiaofu was a little disappointed. He actually did not get much useful information from this old man. It seems that we have to go to the Yamata no Orochi tribe to take a look. I hope that we can find out the final whereabouts of those people there. Chudaoju was also a student. He pondered and said, if the Chimera Lion tribe could not find them, then they could only continue to kill the Yamata no Orochi tribe. However, Chudaoju was also secretly worried. Now that the old man had already informed the outside world of the changes here, they did not have much time to stay in this world. If those powerful clans realized what was going on, they would have nowhere to run and would be trapped here until they died. Of course we have to go to the Yamata no Orochi tribe. No matter what, I have to save Ba Lin and the others. Du Xiaofu's body surged with a tyrannical aura. It carried an aura that could not be disobeyed. However, he also knew what Chudaoju was thinking. These people were here to help him. Du Xiaofu did not want them to be in danger. Then, he shifted his gaze and glanced at the many primordial chimeras in the surroundings. Suddenly, he said, perhaps I have a way to buy some time so that the other races in this world won't cause too much trouble for us. What way? Chudaoju was stunned and asked. He was very curious. Could it be that this brat had a way to resolve this crisis? Du Xiaofu did not explain. He just opened the ancient desolate space, and kept all the Chimera Lion tribe members, who were above the God-seizing realm into it. Senior brothers, please protect me. We will not have to wait for too long. We can leave this place in peace. Du Xiaofu cupped his hands at Chudaoju, Long San, Ling Feng, and the others. Then, without saying anything, he went into the ancient desolate space and the entrance closed. This brat is so mysterious. Long San curled his lips and muttered. I also want to know if he has a way to resolve this problem. On the other hand, Ling Feng's lips curled into a strange arc as he said with a smile. Let's wait here. The brat said that it will not take long. It should be very soon. Chudaoju said as he pursed his lips. Then, no one said anything else. They just waited quietly on Lion Ancestors Ridge for Du Xiaofu. In the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu was facing many experts of the Chimera Lion tribe. His eyes were gloomy and there was a hint of viciousness in them. There were a dozen or so never-dying immortals, as well as countless truth-severing and seizing gods. In total, there were hundreds of thousands of them, making the entire desolate land seem very crowded. It had to be said that this was a very powerful race. How dare you lay your hands on my family? Then, all of you will be my slaves. Du Xiaofu's voice was deep and cold. He did not hesitate anymore. His hands moved rapidly in the void. Strange seals were formed into crimson runes. The combination of these runes finally transformed into a strange blood-red pattern that floated towards the experts and quickly drilled into their minds, disappearing without a trace. Seeing Du Xiaofu perform such a technique, all the experts of the primordial scorpion lion race trembled in fear. It was not difficult for them to feel that the pattern contained an extremely terrifying and mysterious power, which made their souls tremble when they looked at it. When the pattern went into their minds, it was quickly imprinted on their primordial spirit. Even though the Chimera Lion tribe was very talented in the soul realm, they could not resist it. With Du Xiaofu's current cultivation, it was naturally easy for him to imprint the blood-soul seal and use the beast-controlling technique. In addition, all the rules in the ancient desolate space were controlled by him, which firmly suppressed the primordial spirits of the experts of the Chimera Lion tribe. This made it very easy for him to use the blood-soul seal. For the experts of the God-seizing realm, a large number of blood-red seals fell and quickly controlled the primordial spirits of those experts. To the experts of the God-seizing realm, Shi Yan had to spend more effort. However, it was still easy for him. However, the number of people he needed to control this time was a little too much. Although the conditions were favorable, Du Xiaofu had to spend more than 10 days to imprint the blood-soul seal on hundreds of thousands of people. It was really tiring for him. Master! Facing Du Xiaofu, the hundreds of thousands of people all lowered their heads respectfully and saluted him. Under the control of the Blood Soul Seal, the experts of the Beast Clan would become the best slaves that could be ordered around by others. Human, what have you done? The old man at fifth sky of Immortal Realm was so frightened that he wanted to die. Du Xiaofu had used the soul-searching technique on him, so he was very weak at this moment. However, when he saw so many of his fellow clansmen addressing Du Xiaofu as master, a chill surged from the bottom of his heart and came out in waves. Now, it's your turn. Du Xiaofu heaved a sigh of relief as he stared at the old man in the lead and the dozen or so Immortal Realm experts around him. These people were the top forces of the ancient desolate Chimera Lion tribe. However, their primordial spirits were terrifyingly tough. Their attainment in the soul principle had reached perfection, and they were fusing with the primordial spirit step by step. It's a technique to control the primordial spirit. It's similar to the innate supernatural powers of my tribe. At this moment, everybody understood Du Xiaofu's technique and what they were about to face. The ancient desolate Chimera Lion tribe was born with the technique to control the primordial spirit. Those who had reached the Immortal Realm like these people were the best of their kind. How could they not know how intimidating a person could be? Thus, they were all scared out of their wits. In the past, only they could use this technique to control others. How could they allow others to use this technique on their tribe? However, today, this kid at the true severing realm in front of them had given them endless fear. Don't come over, someone hurriedly retreated, trying to avoid Du Xiaofu's blood soul seal. However, in this ancient desolate space, everything was under Du Xiaofu's control. How could he avoid it? Human, the ancient desolate Chimera Lion tribe admits defeat. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. As long as you let us go, we'll do anything. The old man in the lead looked at Du Xiaofu, trying to hide the fear in the depths of his eyes as he spoke. Haha, what answered him was Du Xiaofu's cold laugh. He continued, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Now you have no way out. Your everything, including your lives, is under my control. What right do you have to talk terms with me? Du Xiaofu's smile was icy cold. He looked at the old man in the lead, as if he was looking at a retard, as if he was mocking him. As long as he successfully used the Blood Soul Seal, then these people would all be his slaves. They would no longer be disloyal. This way, he could get anything he wanted from them. Why would he need to make any terms with them? Moreover, you ancient desolate Chimera Lion tribe dared to attack my family, so you were destined to die. However, I still have a use for your lives, so I won't kill you for now. Du Xiaofu snorted coldly. He formed a blood-colored seal in his hand and imprinted it on the forehead of the old man in the lead. Chi, the power of the blood soul seal exploded, and it directly disappeared into his skin. It invaded his brain and imprinted itself on his primordial spirit. The old man was indeed an Immortal Realm cultivator. He launched a strong resistance. However, faced with such a situation, Du Xiaofu immediately mobilized the formless power of the ancient desolate space and suppressed his primordial spirit, causing him to be unable to move. Time passed slowly. When the blood soul seal had completely taken control of the old man's soul, the struggle in his eyes vanished abruptly. He only looked at Du Xiaofu with an obedient and submissive gaze. Master! The old man bowed respectfully to Du Xiaofu. From now on you will be called Lion One, but you will still be called by your original name. Du Xiaofu said softly. Then, he ignored him and walked directly to the next Immortal Realm cultivator. After another few days, Du Xiaofu finally used the beast-controlling skill on the remaining dozen Immortal Realm cultivators. He controlled their primordial spirits one by one and made them his slaves. In this way, the entire ancient desolate Chimera Lion tribe was now under his control. The entire tribe was under his control. Chapter 2781. After Du Xiaofu finished all of this, he brought everyone out of the desolate ancient space and appeared in the sky above Lion Ancestor Mountain, arriving in front of Chu Dao Ju and the others. After successfully using the Blood Soul Seal, the seals on all the members of the Chimera Lion clan were undone. Lion 1 and the others regained their freedom. Because of the time acceleration in the desolate ancient space, Chu Daoju and the others did not have to wait for long. It was less than a day. Done. Lion 1 raised his eyebrows and asked Du Xiaofu. He seemed to have expected the situation and was not surprised. Du Xiaofu nodded in affirmation. I'll leave Lion Ancestors Ridge to you. Let's continue to the Yamata no Orochi clan. Du Xiaofu turned his head and ordered Lion 1. Yes. Lion 1 was respectful and did not dare to disobey. Let's go. Du Xiaofu waved his hand and set off again with Chu Daoju and the others. They went to the Yamata no Orochi clan. As for Lion Ancestors Ridge, he was relieved to leave it to the Chimera Lion clan. The news of them coming to the Qian Su Jinghua Heaven had already spread. There would be experts coming to investigate the situation here very soon. It was not difficult to let Lion 1 and the others keep those people in check for the time being. However, the matter could not be hidden for too long. As long as they could buy enough time for Du Xiaofu to rescue the tomboy, Du Xiaoba and the others, it would be good enough. Du Xiaofu and the others continued to move forward at full speed towards the Yamata no Orochi clan. Every world in the 33 heavens was vast and contained countless creatures. They came out of the wormhole earlier and were not far from the Chimera Lion clan. Therefore, it only took them a day to reach Lion Ancestors Ridge. But this time, the journey from Lion Ancestors Ridge to the Yamata no Orochi clan was much longer. Fortunately, Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San and other powerful immortal experts led them. They only spent 3 days in the wormhole to reach the Yamata no Orochi clan. Du Xiaofu learned from the memories of Lion 1 and the others that the Yamata no Orochi clan was located in a place called the Tsanghuan Grotto. In front of everyone's eyes, they saw a thick mountain range meandering from afar. The end of the mountain range forked into 8 branches, as if the main body of the Yamata no Orochi was lying there. There was not a lot of Lion Ancestors Ridge. The mountains were bare rocks. Numerous pitch-black holes were densely packed, looking as if they had been eaten by worms, causing one's scalp to go numb at the sight. This is the Tsanghuan Cave. Du Xiaofu Ridge Du Xiaofu. In his perception, the stone mountain contained an extremely rich spirit qi, but at the same time, it also contained a terrifying and eerie aura. Let's let Xiao. Chu Daoju glanced at Du Xiaofu Ridge Ancestor and said. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu Ridge Ancestor nodded indifferently. Without saying anything else, he flew out. At the same time, his hands moved in the air, forming mysterious hand seals. In an instant, a gigantic 8 trigrams appeared in the sky and hovered above everyone's heads. It emanated a domineering pressure that caused the heavens and the earth to tremble. This kid's methods are really powerful. Seeing Du Xiaofu Ridge Ancestor, Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San and the others couldn't help but sigh. They were shocked by this method. Under their perception, the 8 trigrams diagram in the air carried an incomparable aura. Among them, the 8 laws of heaven, earth, water, wind, thunder, fire, mountain, and swamp vibrated. They complemented each other and countered each other. This 8 trigrams diagram isn't simple. It can include the 4 primitive laws of time, space, matter, and soul. I'm afraid this is the method that Lu Xiaoyu taught him. In the crowd, Ling Feng looked at Du Xiaofu Ridge Ancestor and whispered to Chu Daoju and Long San. I think so. However, this kid only has the thunder and fire laws of matter that have reached the perfect realm. Besides, his attainment in the space law is also very profound. As for the time and soul laws, they are much worse. Long San nodded and said, At his age, it's already very impressive to reach this step. Moreover, in the true severing realm, I'm afraid that in the whole 33 heavens and the 3,000 great thousand worlds, there are only a few people like him who can master so many laws at the same time. Everyone wanted to break through to a higher level of cultivation. Only by focusing on a single primal law would one be able to break through faster. However, this fellow was probably going to be like some other freaks, wanting to grasp 2 primordial laws before making a breakthrough. If he breaks through to the immortal realm, under the combination of the space law and the matter law, ordinary third sky of immortal realm experts won't be his opponents. Ling Feng said indifferently. I'm afraid it's not that simple. I always feel that his future is limitless. With our vision, we can't see through him. Suddenly, Chu Daoju smiled and said. He had guessed that the world that Du Xiaofu controlled could be the same as the spirit martial world of the 3,000 great thousand worlds. However, he had only told Yu Taiyan and Yu Yuqian about this. He had never mentioned it to anyone else. What do you mean? Long San and Ling Feng were startled. They looked at Chu Daoju and asked. Haha, Chu Daoju smiled and said softly, if I say that he has the chance to become the next Lu Xiaoyu, would you believe me? He looked at the two with his bright eyes, trying to see their expressions. This, Long San and Ling Feng were stunned. Their heartbeats sped up several times. You really dare to think about it? The two of them smiled bitterly at the same time and shook their heads like a rattle drum. Lu Xiaoyu's achievements, how many people could there be? It seemed that in the whole 33 heavens and the 3,000 great thousand worlds, there was only one such abnormal weirdo. They didn't dare to imagine how Du Xiaofu could reach such a height. Just thinking about it made them feel extremely incredulous. In their knowledge, Lu Xiaoyu's height was unreachable. Even his brothers could only get close to it. It was very difficult for them to reach it. For all other creatures, it was a supreme position. They looked down on the common people. Below them, all existences were ordinary ants. Wait and see. I hope that there will be a day like that. If I can witness the rise of such a powerhouse again, my life will not be in vain. Chu Daoju sighed and said slowly. After that, everyone stopped talking and turned their gazes towards Du Xiaofu, who was standing in the air. Under the gazes of these people, Du Xiaofu's purple robes fluttered in the wind. Around him, scenes appeared. Heavenly thunder, earthly fire, thick earth, raging seas, hurricanes, trees, and other things evolved, reflecting each other. And in the invisible void, there were strange traces of the space laws, forming a unique domain. Endless rays of light burst forth and circled around Du Xiaofu's body, making him look like a deity who controlled everything there. There are fluctuations of the time laws. Looking at Du Xiaofu's 8 trigrams forming in the void, Chu Daoju's eyelids jumped and he said in shock. Under his perception, it wasn't difficult to discover that in the space around Du Xiaofu, there was a hint of time acceleration. Although this sign wasn't obvious, it was still keenly captured by him. This boy, Chu Daoju, was speechless. Du Xiaofu really refreshed his impression of him again and again. He clearly knew that this boy didn't seem to have dabbled in the time laws. How could he have mastered the time laws? However, what Chu Daoju didn't know was that Du Xiaofu had fought with Zhao Linfeng of the Extreme Spirit Holy Ground in the Chaos Space. After capturing him, he hid in the void wheel of time. During the time when he was in seclusion in the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom, he hadn't been idle. He hadn't been comprehending the matter laws and space laws. He had also tried to touch the time laws. Although he couldn't really control it, he could already release some of the time law's charm. Walala, under everyone's shocked gazes, the 8 trigrams in the sky rotated. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's hand seals condensed again and again. A terrifying pressure rose rapidly, oppressing the void, causing the space to tremble. The huge 8 trigrams, as well as a large area of heavenly thunder and earthly fire, mountains and rivers, all followed his movements and rose together, covering the sky. Heavenly thunder and earthly fire, subdue the heavens. These words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. His hand seals changed, and the 8 trigrams in the sky rotated rapidly, transforming into a shadow. Rumble, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the thunder roared and the earthly fire raged. Each of them transformed into a long dragon, rushing out from Du Xiaofu's head and feet. In the process of moving forward, the long dragon of thunder and lightning and the long dragon of fire directly intertwined and condensed into one, forming an even more terrifying giant dragon. It exuded a blazing and domineering aura, causing the void to seem as if it had been burned through, and a handful of ashes drifted down from the sky. This long dragon of thunder and fire bared its huge fangs, and suddenly rushed down toward the mountain below. Heavenly thunder and earthly fire, 2 extremely strong and domineering time laws, moved the sky and brazenly bombarded a place in the mountain. Rumble, after an earth-shaking explosion, the mountain range was directly flattened, and a huge hole with a radius of thousands of miles appeared on the ground, like an abyss. Master of the Yamata no Orochi clan, quickly come out, otherwise I will raze your Tsanghuan grotto to the ground. Du Xiaofu's voice was loud and clear, shaking the sky and reverberating for thousands of miles. The moment he attacked, he directly used one of his strongest methods. This method was the most direct and effective. It could alarm all the experts of the Yamata no Orochi clan. Now, he no longer had time to delay. Not only were Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaowang, Ouyang Shuang, and Du Xiaolin waiting for rescue, the whereabouts of Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing were still unknown. Only by finding Du Xiaoba and the other 3 would he be able to find out where the other 2 were. Who dares to be impudent in my Tsanghuan grotto? Sure enough, just as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, a sharp whistling sound rang out, drilling into one's ears like an awl. Come, let's go down. Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and the 8 trigrams in the air dissipated. Then, he, Chu Daoju, and the others moved together, descending towards the mountain range below. In everyone's line of sight, the densely packed caves didn't look big from afar, but when they got closer, they discovered that each cave was thousands of feet in radius. They were extremely huge, like the mouths of evil ghosts, causing people to be intimidated at first glance. It was from these caves that figures shot out, rushing towards Du Xiaofu and the others. These figures each had 8 heads of different colors. They had dense fangs, and from time to time, they would spit out their snake tongues. They were sinister and terrifying, extremely strange and terrifying. Who are you? How dare you invade my Yamata no Orochi clan? Are you tired of living? Among the people who appeared, someone shouted loudly at Du Xiaofu and the others. Intense killing intent also erupted from the bodies of the others. It rose up and covered more than 200 people, as if they were ready to start a massacre at any time. Humph! Chu Daoju snorted coldly. His powerful cultivation erupted, and a terrifying aura floated up, suppressing the people directly. Many people of the Yamata no Orochi clan immediately turned pale. Du Xiaofu didn't waste any time, and directly asked about the whereabouts of Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaowang, Du Xiaolin, and Ouyang Shuang. However, when they heard his question, many people of the Yamata no Orochi clan turned pale. It's you. They seemed to have thought of something, and in an instant, they were scared out of their wits. They spoke in horror, and their voices changed. They kept pointing at Du Xiaofu and the others. The humans who are looking for the little Kailin and the Supreme Phoenix Ant, how could these people appear here? A few days ago, the Chimera Lion clan sent news that someone had invaded Lion Ancestors Ridge. Their protective array couldn't stop them, so they could only flee. Those intruders must be these people in front of us. Later, didn't they say that those humans had all been captured by them? How could these people appear here? No. This is too strange. The Chimera Lion clan tricked us. We should have known that if those people could really deal with the Chimera Lion clan, How could they be killed so easily? It turns out that the Chimera Lion clan tricked us. Why did they do this? Why did they make us lower our guard and trap us, the Yamata no Orochi clan, in danger? The Chimera Lion clan actually dared to trick us. We, the Yamata no Orochi clan, will fight to the death with you. Many experts of the Yamata no Orochi clan spoke with trepidation. No one could figure out the key point of this matter. They couldn't figure out why the primeval Chimera Lion clan had clearly sent news that someone had invaded and was looking for the little Qilin, the supreme phoenix ant, and the others, yet not long after, the primeval Chimera Lion clan said that those humans had already been eliminated. This was clearly a trap. These humans are very strong, and almost all of them are in the immortal realm. Our Yamata no Orochi clan is really in danger this time. What are you waiting for? Quickly send the news that they are here to the outside world. Something must have happened to the Chimera Lion clan, or they have made some kind of deal with these humans. Now we can only count on the other clans. Damn the Chimera Lion clan, I'm afraid it's already too late to send the news now. When the other clans arrive, I'm afraid our Yamata no Orochi clan will no longer exist. Many experts of the Yamata no Orochi clan are all flustered. The only way they can think of is to let the other clans of the Qianshu Jinghua heaven know what has happened here so that they can join forces to annihilate these human experts who have offended them. It seems that they are also a bunch of stubborn creatures. Seeing the attitude of the Yamata no Orochi clan members, Du Xiaofu already knew that they would not tell the truth directly either. Attack. Whose fist is bigger, whose word is the truth? If they don't want to tell the truth, then let's beat them until they tell the truth. Chu Daoju's body shook the sky and directly pounced on them. Kill! Du Xiaofu also did not hesitate much. He brazenly rushed out and rushed toward the crowd of the Yamata no Orochi clan. Fight! If you want to offend our Yamata no Orochi clan, you have to pay a sufficient price. An expert waved his 8 heads and roared loudly, colliding with Du Xiaofu, Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San and the others. However, the strength of this clan was only equal to that of the Chimera Lion clan. They did not have many experts. Compared to more than 200 Immortal Realm experts, this clan was really too insignificant. They had also thought of opening the clan's formation to fight, but Du Xiaofu had already deployed the Divine Wasteland Heavenlock formation, causing everyone to lose their sense of direction. They could not even find their own homes. You're not strong, but you talk big. You just want to borrow the strength of other clans to deal with us, but before that, your Yamata no Orochi clan will be completely removed from this world. During this time, Du Xiaofu, with the help of Chu Daoju, mobilized the power of the Divine Wasteland Heavenlock formation and captured an Immortal Realm expert of the Yamata no Orochi clan. He performed the soul-searching technique and obtained the expert's memory. This time, the content he obtained was not the same as what he had learned from Lion One. According to the information from both sides, he finally knew that Du Xiaoba, Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaolin, and Du Xiaowang had really disappeared. Not only them, but the experts of the 2 clans who were chasing after the 4 of them also did not send back any news. Earlier today, several Immortal Realm experts sent by the Yamata no Orochi clan to help had informed the clan that those people were most likely dead. Little Qilin, Supreme Phoenix Ant, and the others seemed to have been rescued by a mysterious person. The identity of the person who rescued them was unknown. The only thing that could be determined was that the person must be an Immortal Realm expert. Now, the experts of the Yamata no Orochi clan and the Immortal Realm experts of the Chimera Lion clan had gathered together and were pursuing and trying to capture all of them. Chapter 2782. This news was good news for Du Xiaofu. At the very least, his 4 closest relatives were not in danger for the time being. Someone had rescued them. Du Xiaofu was also very curious about the identity of the person who had attacked. The 7 of them came from Shenwu World, so they didn't have many old friends in the 33 heavens. If they were to count, there were only East Immortal, West Demon, South Ru, North Addict, Central Divinity, Beigong Clan, etc. And these people should not have come to the Qian Su Jing Hua heaven. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu was even more worried. Could it be that the person who did this also had designs on Little Lin and Little Huang? Such a guess made Du Xiaofu feel uneasy. Boy, capture them all. You decide how to deal with these people. Just as Du Xiaofu was deep in thought, Chu Daoju's voice rang in his ears. Du Xiaofu gave him 2 compasses. With the help of the Divine Wilderness Heavenlock formation, it was even easier to quickly end the Yamada no Orochi clan. So this process was just like a sweep. It did not last for too long. Du Xiaofu thought for a while and said, Little Ba and the others have been rescued. I'm worried that there will be more trouble. And now some immortal-level experts of the Yamada no Orochi clan and the Chimera clan are still chasing after them. We must stay here so that we can get the latest news at any time. It was because of these considerations that Du Xiaofu decided to use the Blood Soul seal on all the experts of the Yamada no Orochi clan, just like the Chimera clan. And then some people must stay here so that they can get the latest news at any time. Then we'll do as you say. Chu Daoju nodded in agreement. Next, Du Xiaofu repeated the same trick, and began to control the experts of the Yamada no Orochi clan, who were at the god-seizing stage and above. When Du Xiaofu used the beast-controlling technique, many experts of the Yamada no Orochi clan were filled with endless regret. They could only blame themselves for being greedy. They just had to provoke that little Qilin and the Supreme Phoenix Ant, bringing such a huge disaster to their own clan. After this, the 8-headed serpent clan would be completely reduced to the puppets of others. Everything would be out of their control. The resentment in many people's hearts stopped abruptly when Du Xiaofu placed the Blood Soul seal on them. With the help of the desolate ancient space, it took him another day to turn all the top powerhouses of the Yamada Orochi clan into his slave. It could be said that the Lion Ancestors Ridge and the Tsanghuan Grotto had both become Du Xiaofu's subordinate forces in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. After doing all this, Du Xiaofu did not feel relaxed. He didn't expect that the situation would change. The whereabouts of the little Qilin and the others had once again become confusing. Should we try to find them, or should we send some people to stay in the 2 clans? Chu Daoju asked Du Xiaofu again. This time, everyone came to help him, so naturally they would listen to his opinion. We can't stay here. More than 200 Immortal Realm experts have come to this world. Even if the Chimera Lion clan and the Yamada no Orochi clan don't spread the news, we can't hide our tracks for long. Before he left, Senior Brother Yu had warned him to keep a low profile and not cause too much of a commotion. If we're not careful, we'll probably become the target of public criticism. At that time, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for us to leave the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, Du Xiaofu said with a frown. If he were alone, there would be nothing to be afraid of. With his skills, even if he did not dare to say that he could do whatever he wanted in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, he would still have a great chance to get away if he wanted to take a risk. After all, his existence alone would not attract the attention of too many forces. But when more than 200 Immortal Realm experts gathered together, it would be a different story. In view of the fact that this world was hostile to creatures from other worlds, Du Xiaofu did not dare to take the risk. These people were all entrusted by the Divine Emperor and Chu Daoju to help him. He did not want to see any of them die here. He could not bear the consequences. Therefore, Du Xiaofu left only 2 people in the Tsanghuan Grotto, hiding in the dark. Once there was news, the Yamada no Orochi clan would report it directly and they would pass it on to him and the others. In addition, Chu Daoju sent another 2 people to the Lion Ancestors Ridge to hide. The others continued on their way, heading to the outside world. When the Immortal Realm experts of the Chimera Lion clan and the Yamada no Orochi clan set out, they had an approximate direction. Du Xiaofu and the others were also heading in that direction. After Du Xiaofu and the others left, the Tsanghuan Grotto returned to its usual tranquility. Everything was carried out according to the order of the past, as if nothing had happened. Other than the huge pit in the mountain, there was nothing unusual about it. However, in the next few days, batch after batch of experts came to the Tsanghuan Grotto to inquire about the situation. The person in charge of the Yamata no Orochi clan did not hide anything from these people. He directly said that there were indeed many immortal realm humans who had come to their clan and had a conflict. The goal of these humans was to find little Qilin and the others. However, when they found out that their clan had not captured little Qilin and the others, they hurriedly left to continue their search. As for the specific direction, they did not know. This was what Du Xiaofu had told him, and what the chimeras of the primordial world had said was the same. He knew that the arrival of more than 200 people could not be concealed. In order to prevent the races in this world from suspecting the Yamata no Orochi clan, it was better to let them say some half-truths to dispel the suspicion of others. After this, 2 people were left to guard the Lion Ancestors Ridge and the Tsanghuan Grotto respectively, waiting for news. However, the appearance of Du Xiaofu and the others still attracted the attention of many races of the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. They began to gather some forces to search for them. On the other side, Du Xiaofu and the others were rushing toward the direction where little Qilin and the others had appeared. They did not delay at all along the way. Because the Chimera Lion clan and the Yamata no Orochi clan were both under Du Xiaofu's control, Du Xiaofu could be said to know the movements of the immortal realm experts sent by the 2 clans like the back of his hand. He would receive news from the 2 clans at any time. Along the way, the group avoided the hinterlands of some powerful clans so as to not disturb more experts. Although they had a target, those people were always on the move. Therefore, Du Xiaofu and the others could not immediately know their location. It was only on the 11th day that they received news from the Lion Ancestors Ridge and the Tsanghuan Grotto again. Little Qilin, Little Huang and the others have been found. According to the intelligence of the 2 clans, the immortal realm experts they had sent had already located the location of the group. Du Xiaofu also finally learned that the person who had rescued them earlier was a woman. However, after this woman defeated those people who had chased them and left with Du Xiaoba and the others, the experts of the 2 clans still caught up with them. It's good that they've found them. Let's go there at once. Send a message to the 2 clans. First, calm down the experts they sent and don't act rashly. Chu Daoju said softly, his eyes shining. The people of the Chimera Lion clan and the Yamata no Orochi clan who had stayed behind had all been planted with the Blood Soul Seal by Du Xiaofu. However, the experts they sent were not. They were still free. Their goal was still to capture little Qilin and the others. If those people were allowed to act wantonly, it would lead to extremely terrible consequences. They must not be allowed to cause any harm to little Qilin and the others. Now they could only start from their clans and calm down those people. When they arrived, everything would be easy. Let's go. Du Xiaofu waved his hand and took the lead, tearing open space and traveling through it. As he hurried, he kept thinking about the identity of the mysterious woman who had rescued Ouyang Shuang and the others. Logically speaking, he did not know many people in the 33 clans. Strictly speaking, he should not know any woman of the immortal realm. Back in the divine battle world, after he had died fighting the demon god, the people of the Beigong clan who had saved him obviously did not have such strength. Unable to figure it out, Du Xiaofu stopped thinking about it. He just frowned, hoping that everything would be in time and that nothing would happen to his close relatives. Kid, don't worry. This time, I don't think anything will happen to us. Chu Daoju patted his shoulder and said so. Hearing that, Du Xiaofu nodded, looked at him with gratitude, and said nothing. Time flew by quickly, and another 2 days passed quietly. And on this day, somewhere in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, two groups of people were confronting each other. On one side there were Beast Clan experts. Although they were all in human form, they all retained the characteristics of their respective clans. There were a total of 7 of them. 4 of them had wild hair like lions, curling around their faces. They all had a black scorpion tail on their backs, giving off a cold light. As for the other 3, they all had 8 heads. Their necks were long and slender, and they looked extremely strange and terrifying. In the center of the 7 people, a figure shrouded in light stood. It was vaguely visible that the figure was slender and graceful. It seemed to be a woman. Beside the woman, there were 3 children standing. The cultivation of each child was very profound and quite extraordinary. Among them, a little girl was holding a woman in her arms. She was in a coma, as if she had been injured and had not woken up yet. These people were Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, Du Xiaowang, and Ouyang Shuang. The woman beside them was the one who had saved them earlier. Primitive Chimera Lion Clan, Yamata no Orochi Clan, you are really haunting me. The woman looked around, glanced at the 7 people besieging her, and said softly. Her voice was pleasing to the ear, like the sound of nature. After chasing you for so many days, we finally caught you. Let's see where you can escape to this time. On the periphery, an expert of the primitive Chimera Lion Clan looked at the woman shrouded in light and said coldly, Heh. Hand over the 3 children beside you, and we will let you go. Otherwise. On the other side, an old man of the Yamata no Orochi clan said with a cold smile, Only death. I won't give them to you. If you want to fight, don't talk nonsense. Just do it. The woman's posture was tranquil, and her tone was gentle as she said unhurriedly. She had observed that the 7 people around her had terrifying cultivation levels. They were all immortal realm experts, and their true cultivation levels were even higher than hers. However, in the face of these 7 people, she still looked calm and composed. She was not afraid, and she did not retreat. Fine. Since that's the case, you can die first. The expert of the primitive Chimera Lion Clan snorted, and then his body moved into the air and charged toward the woman. Let's attack together and end this quickly. When the other 6 people saw this, they moved at the same time and charged toward the mysterious woman. In an instant, the entire void was filled with all kinds of power of law. It was like a tsunami, and it shook the heavens and the earth. Swoosh! In the face of the 7 people's joint attack, the woman did not say a word. Her hands moved in the void. Her 10 slender fingers suddenly struck out, and 10 holes appeared in the void. It was from these 10 holes that a large number of light swords rushed out to meet the 10 people. You overestimate yourself. How dare you fight against the 7 of us by yourself? The experts of the 2 clans sneered and attacked with all their might. Terrifying lion roars rang out from the mouths of the 4 primordial chimeras, causing the space to collapse into pieces and shatter into nothingness. Behind them, the scale-like scorpion tail pierced out, and it was suffused with black light. It was soul-stealing. Kill. The 3 experts of the Yamata no Orochi clan also exerted all their strength. Their 8 heads turned into snake heads, and they danced in the void. They each spat out 8 different colored energy light beams, and they attacked the woman directly. Boom, 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 boom. This was a powerful collision between 2 immortal realm experts. In an instant, the attacks of the 2 sides collided, and a destructive energy burst out. The void was blasted into chaos, and a huge pit appeared in the ground below. The mountain range in the distance was swept away and turned into flat ground. Everything was turned into powder in an instant. You overestimate yourself, little girl. Die. The 7 experts sneered and launched a frenzied attack again. One after another, divine abilities rained down like a storm, densely packed together as they struck horizontally. The light sword outside the woman's body was instantly shattered, and the spatial cracks she created also exploded with a bang. In a head-on collision, she fell into an absolute disadvantage. The opponent's strength was too strong. There were 7 Immortal Realm experts, and she couldn't fight against them alone. Ugh! The woman's throat let out a muffled groan, as if she had been shaken quite a bit. She looked at the 7 people around her, and an even brighter light surged from her body, enveloping herself, Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaowang. She took the strongest defensive state. Facing the encirclement of so many experts, she couldn't fight them head-on. "Auntie, why don't you hand us over?" At this time, Du Xiaoba raised his head, looked at the woman, and said such a sentence. "Yes, Auntie. They want the 3 of us. As long as we go with them, they won't make things difficult for you anymore. But please take my mother with you, I beg you." At the side, Du Xiaowang also spoke out and said to the woman. She hugged Ouyang Shuang, and her big eyes were a little sad. The little guys were very grateful to this girl who suddenly appeared and saved them. However, the situation was critical now. If they continued to resist, not to mention the few of them, even this unknown auntie and their mother would die. Instead of everyone dying together, it was better to hand them over to the experts of the 2 clans in exchange for the safety of the 2. "It's okay, I can still hold on for the time being. Since I've already saved you, how can I let you fall into danger again?" The woman laughed softly as she spoke. However, there was a hint of urgency in her voice. Clearly, she was under terrifying pressure. While they were talking, the powerful attacks of the 7 people outside descended again, bombarding the light shield outside the woman's body. The light shield was like a huge eggshell, making a cracking sound, and was about to collapse completely. "Auntie!" The 3 little guys were very nervous and shouted one after another. "Auntie, let us out!" Du Xiaoba stepped forward and wanted to grab the corner of her clothes, but when his palm passed through the light, he only grabbed nothingness. With the woman's cultivation and Du Xiaoba's strength, he was still unable to get close to her. There was an invisible law protecting her body, making it impossible for others to get close. "Auntie, let us out. As long as you and my mother are fine, what we're doing is worth it." Du Xiaowang raised her eyes and felt the enormous pressure the woman was under. Her eyes were misty and hazy. "We are not afraid of death. One day, my father will definitely avenge us. The Primordial Manticore clan and the 8-headed Serpent clan will definitely be uprooted by my father. None of them will be able to escape." Du Xiaolin opened his mouth. Although his voice was young, it was powerful and resonating. These words caused the woman to be slightly stunned. That's right, with his personality, if anyone provoked his family, their fate would definitely be very miserable. "If I hand you over, he will definitely hate me again." The woman did not answer the little fellows. She only used an inaudible voice to mutter to herself. Thinking of that purple-robed figure, the woman's mind, which had long been as calm as water, could not help but ripple. "Break for me!" Just as the woman was lost in thought, an explosive shout rang out. Following that, a huge ray of light shot through the air and struck the light shield around the woman. This time, the light shield, which had already cracked, could no longer withstand the tremendous force of the attack. With a bang, it exploded and turned into runes that filled the sky. At this moment, she and the other 4 people beside her were all exposed to the attacks of the 7 people. Chapter 2783. Die! Outside, the 7 powerhouses shouted and launched a frenzied attack. Every one of them pushed their Immortal Realm cultivation base to the limit. Heaven and earth trembled, the sky trembled, and the void shook. The terrifying energy caused a series of explosions and directly hit the woman's body. "You guys run!" At this critical moment, the woman did not have time to think. She waved her hands and cut open the void, throwing Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, Du Xiaowang, and Ouyang Shuang into it so that they could take the opportunity to escape. Then, her body was sent flying by the terrifying energy and smashed into a majestic mountain in the distance. The mountain was smashed into powder and a large cloud of smoke and dust exploded. "Hee hee, you can't escape." A powerhouse from the Yamata no Orochi clan sneered. His 8 heads opened their mouths and spat out 8 beams of light that hit a certain spot in the void. Then, they saw a black hole appear there. 4 figures fell out of it and landed in front of them. Little Qilin, Supreme Ant Phoenix, oh, and this human with the bloodline of the golden-winged rock. We finally caught them all. A powerhouse from the Chimera Lion clan also flew up and caught the 3 children in his hand. His face was full of smiles and he was extremely excited. As for Ouyang Shuang, she fell directly from the void and smashed a terrifying deep hole in the ground. Our 2 clans didn't lose so many of our clansmen in vain. As long as we can get this little Qilin and the Supreme Ant Phoenix, everything will be worth it. The powerhouse from the Yamata no Orochi clan nodded and said. After knowing the whereabouts of the little Qilin and the other 3, many of their clansmen had died in the woman's hands during the encirclement of the powerhouses from their 2 clans. Otherwise, with the strength of these 4 people, how could they escape from the hands of several true severing powerhouses? That kind of loss was not small for their 2 clans. However, as long as they could get the little Qilin and the Supreme Ant Phoenix, as well as the human with the bloodline of the golden-winged rock, everything would be worth it. The news from the clan told us not to attack for the time being. It seems that there are powerhouses following these people and protecting them. They are afraid that we will cause trouble. However, from the looks of it now, there doesn't seem to be any experts. One of the 4 from the primordial Chimera Lion race asked doubtfully. Did your clan also send out such news? The 3 members of the Yamata no Orochi clan were dumbfounded. It turned out that it wasn't just their clansmen who told them to slow down. However, they had managed to capture the mysterious woman and the 4 people from the small world with great difficulty. How could they let them leave so easily? Under such a huge temptation, even if they had to take the risk of being killed by the powerhouses, they still had to take the gamble. However, judging from the current situation, this news seemed to be somewhat false. It was likely that the clan had received incorrect information. Where did that woman come from? She's actually at the immortal realm. If it wasn't for her, our 2 races wouldn't have lost so many people. An elder from the primordial chimeras cast his gaze into the distance. That was the direction that the mysterious woman had shot off in. He gritted his teeth, wanting to grind that woman's bones to dust. I thought of someone. At this time, someone from the Yamata no Orochi tribe spoke. Who? The others all looked at this person, wanting to hear what he had to say. In recent years, a woman has risen rapidly in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. In just a few decades, she has directly reached the complete truth-severing stage from the complete void-returning stage. This speed is too terrifying. You can't find more than a few people like her in the entire 33 heavens. The eyes on the 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi tribe's powerhouse shone brightly. He said softly, and the technique that the woman cultivated in back then was the law of light. Therefore, many people in this world call her the goddess of light. This inference is reasonable. However, is that goddess of light really that person? How did she cultivate? How did she advance so quickly? How did she reach the immortal realm? That's unbelievable. Someone from the primordial Chimera Lion race was shocked and said with a horrified expression. Everyone knew that in the cultivation of living beings, there was a natural chasm between each realm that couldn't be crossed easily. Those profound entrances had blocked countless geniuses outside. On the other hand, that goddess had only spent a few decades to cultivate from the perfected void-returning realm to the immortal realm. That was 3 whole realms. This was simply too terrifying. In the entire 33 heavens, it would be difficult to find more than a few people as terrifying as her. Judging from the cultivation method of that woman just now, it should be her. Someone stepped out and said, "Her growth is too fast. We can't leave such an enemy alive. It's better to completely eliminate her." The head of an expert from the Yamata no Orochi tribe trembled and shot out 8 beams of dazzling light. The light beams intertwined and formed a huge net that extended into the distance, grabbing a slender body and bringing it back. This body was the mysterious woman who had been sent flying. At this time, the light on her body dispersed, revealing her true appearance. A beautiful face appeared in everyone's sight. Her snow-white hair was like silver strands, and each strand was pure white. On her body, there was an extremely otherworldly temperament, as if she was going to suppress the world until it paled in comparison. However, the woman was seriously injured. Her face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. It added a wisp of sadness to her otherworldly temperament. No matter what kind of goddess she is, let's end it today. If we give her more time to grow, she will be a great threat to our 2 clans. Among the Chimera Lion tribe, a person came in front of the woman, and killing intent immediately burst out. Buzz, a scorpion tail stood up, suffused with a cold light, and suddenly stung down, wanting to directly pierce through the woman's head and disappear her body and primordial spirit at the same time. Auntie, on the side, Du Xiaowang and Du Xiaolin cried out in alarm, anxiety filling their 2 small faces. As for Du Xiaoba, he was still in a daze. The reason for that was because that woman's appearance overlapped with a certain face in his memory. However, Du Xiaoba couldn't believe that he actually saw this person again after so many years. Swoosh, a ray of light shot out, and the scorpion tail flowed with a metallic luster. In an instant, it landed in front of the woman. When the woman saw this, there was no joy or sorrow in her eyes. She was exceptionally indifferent. She gently closed her eyes, as if waiting for the judgment of fate. The Chimera Lion tribe expert had the intent to kill. As long as the scorpion tail hit her, there would be no chance of survival. She would only have to face the path of death. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. It was so sudden that everyone was stunned. If you hurt her, I will make you suffer purgatory torture. You will beg for death. As soon as this voice fell, a dazzling saber light slashed down, directly hitting the scorpion tail of the Chimera Lion tribe expert. This saber light was incomparably terrifying. When it slashed past, it carried a unique fluctuation of laws, disrupting the order of this area. Clang, the sound of metal clashing reverberated. The scorpion tail was instantly cut open by the saber light. The Chimera Lion tribe expert let out a miserable howl from his throat. He quickly retreated. Drops of black blood dripped from the broken scorpion tail, carrying a potent poison that corroded a terrifying black hole in the void. Who is it? Come out. He was furious and opened his mouth to roar. Suddenly being attacked by an expert made him fly into a rage. Could it be that there really is an expert following them and protecting them at all times? In an instant, the rest of the people couldn't help but have this thought in their hearts. Could it be that the news from their clan wasn't wrong? This thought made the hearts of the 7 powerhouses of the 2 clans turn heavy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as they were thinking, one figure after another appeared in the void and stepped out. These figures added up to more than 200. The person in the lead held a large saber in his hand. As the saber light flickered, it released a domineering aura that intimidated people. As for the rest, each of them had a powerful aura. Everyone's cultivation was extremely powerful. Immortal Realm. More than 200 Immortal Realm experts. The experts of the Chimera Lion tribe and the Yamata no Orochi tribe couldn't help but open their eyes wide and murmur in panic. Their bodies began to tremble. Their hearts beat violently, as if something was stuck in their throats. The arrival of these experts made them feel terrified. More than 200 Immortal Realm experts. With such a lineup, not to mention the 7 of them, even if all the people of the 2 tribes worked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat them in one round. In the entire Qian Su Jinghua heaven, there were probably only a handful of forces with more than 200 Immortal Realm experts. Where did these people come from? There are so many experts. The experts of the two tribes felt their mouths dry. They were a little confused. They were a little regretful. They regretted that they didn't listen to the orders of their tribes and insisted on dealing with that woman, little Kylan, and the others. In fact, what they didn't know was that the reason why their tribe sent them a message was not because they were afraid that they would provoke people they couldn't afford to offend, but because everything was instructed by Du Xiaofu to prevent these 7 immortal realm experts from causing harm to little Kylan and the others. Dad! Uncle Xiaofu! Dad! In the hands of the experts of the two tribes, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, and Du Xiaowang's eyes trembled. When they saw the purple-robed young man stepping out of the void, they couldn't help but shout in surprise. Wasn't that overbearing young man Du Xiaofu, who had been separated from them for a long time? None of them had expected that at such a critical moment, their biggest reliance would fall from the sky and come to them at this time. Take these 7 people down. Seeing the 7 people of the two tribes in a daze, Chu Daoju waved his arm and said to the more than 200 people behind him. Before he finished his words, one figure after another shot out and pounced on the 7 people in an instant. Powerful forces intertwined together, causing the wind and clouds within a radius of thousands of miles to change color. The power of the laws fluctuated like thunder. Under the pressure of this terrible power, the 7 people couldn't resist at all. They directly collapsed to the ground, their legs trembling. Their hands loosened, and Du Xiaolin, Du Xiaowang, and Du Xiaoba finally regained their freedom and rushed in the direction of Du Xiaofu. Xiaoba, Xiaolin, Xiaoba. Du Xiaofu opened his arms and hugged the 3 little guys in his arms. Looking at the 3 of them, his heart ached. Dad, you finally came to save us. Du Xiaowang's small mouth flattened, and tears rolled out of her big eyes. She felt very wrong. Little Kylan also buried its head in Du Xiaofu's arms, blinking its big eyes. Du Xiaofu's heart ached, and he almost cried. It's all my fault. I didn't protect you well. He blamed himself incomparably in his heart. If it weren't for his lack of strength, how could he let the 3 little guys suffer such a great disaster? How could he not see how much suffering they had suffered in the days he hadn't seen them? At this time, the 3 of them still had injuries that were not light. Mother! Dad, save Mother! Du Xiaolin pointed down. There was a huge black hole there, and there was a faint aura of living beings in the hole. Tomboy! Du Xiaofu's gaze trembled, and he flew down into the hole. Not long after, he came out with an unconscious woman in his arms. It was Yang Shuang. After checking her current state, Du Xiaofu frowned. Yang Shuang's primordial spirit was corroded and covered by a black gas. It was very serious. However, there seemed to be a force resisting the black gas, forming the last line of defense to resist the black gas. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's expression changed, and his gaze turned to the side. He spat out a word, but he didn't follow up. In his line of sight, a woman with snow-white hair had her back to him and was about to leave. It's good that you're here. I should go. The woman turned her head and said to Du Xiaofu. It's been so many years. How have you been? Du Xiaofu was a little unnatural. He put Yang Shuang into the ancient desolate space and softly said to the woman, I'm very good. The woman smiled, and her slender fingers twirled a strand of silver-white hair. Du Xiaofu fell silent. He looked at the woman's snow-white hair, and his heart faintly trembled. This feeling was hard to describe. It wasn't the same as before, but he still felt a little heartache. In the early years of Shen Wu world, too many things happened between him and this woman, and they went from being lovers to strangers. Du Xiaofu also heard some legends about this woman. Some people saw her sitting on a mountain peak for more than a month, sometimes crying and sometimes laughing. In the end, in a single night, the woman's hair was as white as snow, and her entire body was covered in divine light. She caused strange phenomena in the world, and black lightning descended, shocking everyone. Finally, she left while laughing loudly. Ever since then, there was no trace of her in Shen Wu world. Du Xiaofu didn't think that he would be able to see her again in the 33 heavens. He sighed, and his heart was filled with emotions. This woman was none other than the Grand Princess of the Stone Dragon Empire, with whom he had many conflicts in the past, Qing Xingnan. When an old friend meets an old friend, how could he be calm? She was still as beautiful as ever. The only change was that her white hair was telling him about the past. This time, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, Little Ba and Little Lin would have been in danger. Du Xiaofu thought for a while, then let out a long sigh. He walked in front of the woman and sincerely thanked her. No matter what, the past was in the past, and he had already let go of some things. It was just that seeing her today triggered some memories that were buried deep in his heart. You don't need to thank me. In any case, we came from the same world. Since I met you, there was no reason for me to not help. Qing Xingnan's smile was calm, neither happy nor sad. She gathered her courage and raised her bright eyes to look at the purple-robed young man in front of her. On that familiar face there was clearly a bit more resolute than in the past, and there was a bit more mature charm. At this moment, Qing Xingnan's heart suddenly calmed down. Originally, after meeting Ouyang Shuang and the others, she knew that Du Xiaofu must have also come to the 33 heavens, and she couldn't help but feel shocked. When this purple-robed young man appeared, her heart unconsciously sped up. In the past, she had brought so much harm to him. Not seeing each other should have been the best ending. But now, Qing Xingnan understood that some things should be put down when they should be. And looking at Du Xiaofu's appearance, he also didn't care about it anymore. The only thing that still existed should be the hazy gap between the two of them, which still couldn't be removed. Kid, it's done. Let's retreat. At this moment, Chu Daoju came to Du Xiaofu's side and said to him. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu looked over. He saw that the 7 experts of the Chimera Lion clan and the Yamada Day clan had already been captured by more than 200 Immortal Realm experts. Under the suppression of absolute strength, these 7 people had no chance of surviving. They could only be captured obediently. Prepare to leave Qian Su Jinghua Heaven. The longer we stay in this world, the more dangerous it is. Du Xiaofu nodded and said to Chu Daoju. Then, he turned to look at Qing Xingnan and asked, Where are you staying? Why don't you come with us to the Supreme Chang Rong Heaven? Du Xiaofu looked at Qing Xingnan, wanting to know her current situation. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the past, their strength was almost the same. But now, Qing Xingnan had reached the immortal realm. She was so terrifying that she left him far behind. But thinking about it, he understood. She should have her own opportunities. Moreover, she must have left Shen Wu world long ago and came to the 33 heavens. The cultivation conditions here were much better than in Shen Wu world. I'm used to being alone. This Qian Su Jinghua heaven is pretty good. Qing Xingnan smiled gently and said, With so many of you here, I'm afraid you'll attract the hostility of many creatures in this world. You'd better leave as soon as possible. In the future, we'll still have a chance to meet again. Her body was overflowing with a strong holy aura, like a lotus blooming in a world of ice and snow. She was exceptionally beautiful and moving. You're injured too. Be careful. Seeing this, Du Xiaofu could only nod again and warn her. Chapter 2784. Good. Qing Xingnan nodded lightly. Her white hair danced in the wind, making her look like an otherworldly fairy. After she finished speaking, she took light steps and walked into the distance. With one step, she was already 100 miles away. With another step, she disappeared into thin air. Goodbye, Auntie. Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, and Du Xiaowang were reluctant to part. They kept waving their little hands in the direction Qing Xingnan disappeared. Among the 3, only Du Xiaoba had seen Qing Xingnan before and knew what happened between her and Uncle Xiaofu. Looks like there's a story behind this. On the side, Chu Daoju and the others looked at Du Xiaofu. They saw that he was staring blankly at the direction that the woman left. Kid, she's gone. Don't just stand there. Ling Feng stepped forward and patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder with a strange smile. Junior brother Xiaofu, what happened between you and that woman just now? Long San was even more direct. He kept winking at Du Xiaofu, showing an expression that said, "You know what I mean." These people were also very curious. They all wanted to know what kind of relationship there was between that woman and their junior brother Du. At the same time, they were also very impressed by that woman's strength. They thought that Du Xiaofu was already abnormal enough. But now, it seemed that there was someone even stronger than him among the people from Shen Wu world. Senior Marshall brothers, have you heard of a saying? Du Xiaofu's gaze was distant. He sighed and said. It was as if his heart was filled with endless emotions, lamenting about life. Seeing him reveal such a sad expression, Chu Daoju, Long San, Ling Feng, and the others were all happy. They were even more curious about Du Xiaofu's story. What saying? They were all overjoyed and wanted to know what Du Xiaofu was going to say. They decided to prick up their ears and listen carefully, and remember it firmly in their hearts. In the future, they could definitely use this matter to make fun of him. Du Xiaofu thought for a moment, then suddenly lowered his head and sighed. I don't know if you senior brothers have heard of this before, but people who like to gossip all deserve a beating. This sentence caused the few people to widen their eyes, not understanding the meaning behind it. After a long while, they finally realized that this fellow was talking about them. Fuck, brat, are you itching for a beating? How dare you say we're asking for a beating? We do want to gossip, but where did you get the confidence to say that you want to beat us up? Just because of this sentence, we'll beat you up first. The few of them were furious and shouted at Du Xiaofu. They were really a little angry. This kid was really smart. He actually pretended to be disappointed, but in fact, he had dug a hole for them to jump into. Beat him. Chu Daoju scolded with a smile and directly pounced at Du Xiaofu. But how could Du Xiaofu let them do as they wished? He had already rushed into the distance. Chase. Seeing this, the group of people all chased after him. In the void passage, the group of people hurried to the location of the space wormhole, ready to evacuate Qian Su Jinghua Heaven. Du Xiaofu took the three little guys with him. He had already been to the desolate ancient space to check on Ouyang Shuang's current situation. Fortunately, they had captured the 7 immortal realm experts of the primordial chimeras and the 8-headed serpents and planted the blood-soul seal in their primordial spirit. Ouyang Shuang's injuries were not serious, and there were signs of improvement. This made Du Xiaofu let out a long sigh of relief. In addition, the ancient emperor of the human clan and the ancient ancestor of the Bifang clan had also been seriously injured in the protective formation of the primordial chimeras. Now, after treatment, they had also woken up. The operation this time was very smooth, but it took a little too long. Long San said softly, "Yes. Anyway, we have achieved our goal. As long as we enter the space wormhole, we can go straight to the Supreme Changrong Heaven and return to the Yuqing Divine Kingdom." Ling Feng nodded his head and replied, "After all, we haven't left yet. We can't let down our guard. It will take at least half a month to get to the space wormhole from here. During this period, we must be careful." Chu Daoju was obviously very cautious. He frowned slightly and said, their group of people had come to Qian Su Jinghua Heaven. They were indeed a big target. If they attracted the attention of many clans, it was very likely that they would not be able to walk out of here. Their biggest hope now was that the primordial chimeras and the 8-headed serpents did not leak any information. "You are right. We should be careful." When Long San heard this, he expressed his agreement. "I am very curious. Why are the creatures of Qian Su Jinghua Heaven hostile to the other 32 heavens?" Ling Feng was puzzled and said. In fact, the others also wanted to know the answer to this question. However, they all came from the 3,000 great thousand worlds. They did not know much about the affairs of the 33 heavens. Therefore, they could not know. In the future, there will always be a chance to know, Chu Daoju said. Then he said indifferently, let's hurry. In about 4 or 5 days, we will arrive at the location of the space wormhole. At this time, early on, when Du Xiaofu's group parted with Cheng Shengnan and was preparing to leave this world, in a certain place in Qian Su Jinghua Heaven, many experts of different clans had gathered together. These clans had all turned into human forms. However, they all retained part of their clan's characteristics. Some had horns on their heads, some had bumps on their foreheads, some had scales on their skin, some had fangs in their mouths, and so on. These people were all filled with powerful auras. They had faintly merged with the surrounding void. Their cultivation was unfathomable. According to the information we received, the primordial Chimera's clan and the Yamada no Orochi clan had once hunted down a little Kylan, a supreme ant phoenix, and 2 other humans. We also heard that the 2 clans were really lucky to be able to find the little Kylan and the supreme ant phoenix. In addition, we heard that one of the 2 humans had the bloodline of the golden-winged great roc. He was also extraordinary. However, it seems that more human experts have appeared recently. A few days ago, the primordial Chimera's clan and the Yamada no Orochi clan had sent a message to the outside world. They said that they had encountered a crisis. Some human experts had killed their way into their clans, and they could not resist at all. However, when we arrived later, the 2 clans had changed their words. This is very strange. They clearly asked us for help, but in the end, they denied it. They only said that those humans had failed to find the little Kylan and the others, so they left directly. Looking at the 2 clans, it seems that they have not experienced any great calamity. Almost all of those experts are still alive. Only the chief of the primordial Chimera's clan has died. Presumably, those humans know that our world does not welcome them. That's why they did not make a big fuss. No. This matter is very strange. There must be some key point that we haven't grasped. Many people were discussing animatedly. They were very puzzled by this matter. Many people had noticed that there was something strange about this matter. However, no one could figure out why the primordial Chimera's clan and the Yamada no Orochi clan would change their orders constantly. Everyone present did not believe that the 2 clans had chased after the little Kylan and the others. Moreover, those humans had killed their way to their door and left directly without doing anything. I've received the latest news. Right at this moment, an old man spoke. This old man's appearance was very strange. He had a nose that was almost 1 meter long, and he seemed to be an elephant. As soon as he spoke, everyone shot their gazes over and heard him say, the primordial Chimera's clan and the Yamada no Orochi clan had joined forces to pursue the little Kylan and the others. In the end, they were rescued by a mysterious woman. Later on, the experts of the 2 clans caught up to them and successfully intercepted them. However, in the end, over 200 humans from the outside world appeared in time and captured the 2 clans. The little Kylan and the supreme ant phoenix were safely taken away by them as well. They actually rescued the little Kylan, the supreme ant phoenix, and the others. All the people present here were extremely astounded when they heard this, and they said to themselves, those humans really are formidable. Yes, I received this news as well. An old man at the side whose eyes emanated green light spoke with certainty. This person's eyes were like sharp blades that carried a deep sense of acuity. Being glanced at by him was like being stared at by a terrifying enormous wolf, and it caused one's heart to go cold for no reason. All right, if the primordial Chimera's clan and the Yamada no Orochi clan had succeeded in capturing the little Kylan and the supreme ant phoenix, then it would be difficult for us to make a move against them. Now that they've failed, are all of you interested in joining forces to capture all of them and seize the little Kylan and the supreme ant phoenix? Suddenly, an expert looked towards the surroundings with a burning gaze, and he used his gaze to ask for everyone's opinion. My 8-winged lightning hawk clan is willing to do this. Someone immediately agreed to this suggestion. The others glanced at each other and started to fall into deep thought as they weighed the pros and cons. No matter what, the bloodlines of a little Kylan and a supreme ant phoenix are sufficiently extraordinary. Coupled with a human who possesses the bloodline of the golden-winged rock clan, it's truly an extremely great benefit that can't be missed. Even though our clans are formidable, we're far from being ranked as the strongest clans. So long as we're able to obtain the bloodlines of those people, it's sufficient to allow a few supreme experts to appear in our clans. Someone muttered and spoke like this. The experts of our close to 20 clans can be gathered together to form close to 400 people, and it's absolutely sufficient to encircle and annihilate those humans. Some people thought in their hearts and started to weigh the gap in strength between the two sides, and they felt that the chances of success were extremely great. In this way, many people were tempted. My Flame Demon Elephant clan has the same intention. My heaven-devouring demonic wolf clan feels that it's feasible. My Nether Lightning Black Turtle clan is willing. My Crimson-Eyed Demon Fox clan has no problem as well. In an instant, the experts of many clans expressed their agreement and spoke one after another. Those humans should be on their way to the spatial wormhole right now. Let's go and intercept them quickly, it's absolutely too late. Someone among the experts said. Act quickly, send a message to your clans, and summon all the experts that can be deployed. Ha ha ha! A group of humans also wants to take the little Kylan and the others from this world. What do they think our Qian Su Jinghua Heaven is, a place where they can come and go as they please? Let's go. This time, not only that little Kylan and the Supreme Ant Phoenix, but those humans will also have to stay behind. No matter what power is behind them, they'll definitely suffer a great loss this time. These experts were excited and howling. One by one, they rushed out and headed for the spatial wormhole. They had great confidence. After all, this was the Qian Su Jinghua Heaven, not some other world. How could they allow the humans from the outside world to do as they pleased? On the other side, Du Xiaofu and the others had more than half of their journey, but the closer they got to the spatial wormhole, the more cautious everyone became. I keep feeling that this journey won't be too smooth, Long San said with a frown. I also have a feeling that our whereabouts should have been exposed. Ling Feng spoke with a similarly worried tone. Be alert, be ready to deal with any accidents at any time. Chu Daoju shouted coldly and said to the 200 people around him. Du Xiaofu squinted his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long while, he took out the formation plate of the Divine Baron Heavenlock formation and handed it to Chu Daoju, saying, Senior Brother Chu, this Divine Baron Heavenlock formation is temporarily under your control. I've already erased the primordial spirit imprint inside. If there's an accident, activate the formation at once. Okay. Chu Daoju nodded straightforwardly. Without being pretentious at all, he reached out his hand and took it. Everyone felt a little uneasy in their hearts. At this time, Du Xiaofu naturally didn't dare to be careless. With regards to Chu Daoju, he was very assured. In addition, the Divine Wilderness Heavenlock formation was originally an item owned by an immortal expert of the Absolute Spirit Holy Land. Its power was immeasurable. Only in the hands of an even stronger expert could its true effect be maximized. Boy, you don't have to worry about anything. Suddenly, Ling Feng went to Du Xiaofu's side and patted his shoulder, saying, We've been roaming the 3,000 boundless worlds for countless years. Although I don't dare to say that we're invincible, we're not easy to deal with either. Some of the formations of this Qian Su Jinghua Heaven won't scare us. He smiled and gave Du Xiaofu a reassuring look. I know. Du Xiaofu nodded. He naturally knew that these people were very extraordinary. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such achievements. However, they were now in the Qian Su Jinghua Heaven. If many races joined forces to besiege them, the situation they faced would definitely be terrible. If it was only Du Xiaofu alone, he wouldn't be afraid of anything. However, these people were all here to help him. He didn't want to see anyone die here. Seeing Du Xiaofu's expression, Long San on one side also came in front of him and said, "Actually, I also want to see how strong the creatures of this Qian Su Jinghua heaven are." Just as he said these words, a loud boom was heard. The entire space passage was broken into pieces. Under the impact of the terrifying energy, the void disintegrated piece by piece. Everyone's figures were also separated from the passage. Under the impact of the violent energy, everyone was brought to the sky above a huge city. Crow's beak, as you wish. Chu Daoju rolled his eyes at Long San and scolded. Such an unforeseen event naturally meant that someone had attacked the void passage and forced them to show themselves. But the space passage constructed successfully by the Immortal Realm experts was broken. Obviously, the intruder was very strong. Someone really came. Du Xiaofu said to himself with a dignified look in his eyes. The less trouble, the better. Originally, he didn't want to have too much contact with the creatures of this world. He only wanted to take the little Kylan and the others away. He didn't want to cause too much trouble here. Even the 7 experts of the Chimera Lion clan and the Yamada no Orochi clan that he had captured in the end were set free by him after he had planted the Blood Soul seal on them. Now, his strength was not strong enough. If he were to go against the whole world, he would be overestimating himself. Even if he had the support of more than 200 Immortal Realm experts, it was still not enough. Ha ha! Human, hand over the little Kylan, the Supreme Ant Phoenix and the boy with the bloodline of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan, and we'll let you go. At this time, a voice rang out in the sky. It was faintly discernible and spread over thousands of miles. Du Xiaofu looked over and saw many huge goshawks hovering in the sky. They were sometimes visible, and it was hard to find them. These goshawks all had 8 pairs of wings. They were extremely fast, flying as fast as lightning. The loud voice came from the mouth of one of the giant eagles. In addition to these giant goshawks, there were many figures in the distance. They tore the space apart and flew toward Du Xiaofu and the others. The Yin Fire Demonic Elephant Clan, the Sky-Swallowing Demonic Wolf Clan, the 8-Winged Thunder Eagle Clan, the Infernal Thunder Black Turtle Clan, the Red-Eye Demonic Fox Clan. Looking at the situation in the sky and in the distance, Chu Daoju's eyes flashed as he murmured. More than 100 of them, and they're all in the Immortal Realm. Du Xiaofu glanced over and immediately took in the situation. He estimated the number of people on the other side. The result made him heave a sigh of relief. Although the formation of more than 100 Immortal Realm experts was strong enough, it was only half of his team. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about anything. Below Du Xiaofu and the others, the huge city instantly became lively. The movement in the sky attracted the attention of countless experts of the Beast Clan. Many people looked up at the sky. Are those humans? There are more than 200 of them, and they are all in the Immortal Realm. How dare they appear in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven with great fanfare? They are simply courting death. Very few experts from the outside world dare to come to this world, let alone so many of them gathered together. They are really bold. Aren't they afraid that they will all die here? Some experts have come to kill them. It seems that many clans have joined hands. Let's watch the show first. Looking at the current situation, those humans have an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. When the Yin Fire Demonic Elephant Clan and the others are really no match for them, it will be too late for us to take action. Many people spoke one after another. They were all surprised by the sudden appearance of the human experts and those from the Beast Clan. Chapter 2785. Everyone in the huge city naturally felt hostile towards the foreign expert. However, they did not plan to attack. They all wanted to watch the fire burn across the river. Humans, you came to my Qian Su Jinghua heaven and you want to leave just like that? In the sky, an expert of the 8-Winged Thunder Eagle Clan shouted. Facing Du Xiaofu's group, his aura was like a rainbow. Terrifying invisible waves of pressure came down. You can leave if you want. As long as you hand over the little Qilin, the supreme ant phoenix, and that boy with the bloodline of the golden-winged great Ping bird clan, we will not stop you. On the other side, experts of the Flame demonic elephant, sky-swallowing demonic wolf, nether thunder black turtle, red-eyed demonic fox and other clans arrived. They surrounded Du Xiaofu's group to prevent them from escaping. The auras of over 100 immortal experts intertwined together, forming a huge domain with the power to trap heaven and earth. They came for Xiaoba, Xiaolin, and Xiaoyuan again. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed. Endless killing intent rose from the bottom of his heart. The clans of the Qian Su Jinghua Heaven really did not put them in their eyes at all. Any random person who jumped out wanted to capture the three little guys. This made Du Xiaofu's killing intent surge to the sky. Over 100 people, what's there to be afraid of? Let's fight them directly. Long San snorted coldly. His whole body was filled with killing intent. He was not afraid at all. They had almost twice the number of people on their side. How could they be afraid of being surrounded by these people? Since these people dared to come, they must have absolute confidence. We don't have time to waste here. Let's set up the formation directly. Du Xiaofu's eyes shone as he said so. He observed for a while. There were a total of 19 clans. That's right. Chu Daoju responded. With a wave of his arm, the formation plate of the Divine Wilderness Heavenlock formation flew out. At the same time, a strange rhythm spread out in the sky, including everyone's figures. The Xian God Compass and the Xian Wasteland Compass. Both the mysterious Lock Compass and the mysterious Heaven Compass were under his control, and the might he could unleash was far greater than when Du Xiaofu was the one controlling them. Under the cover of the Divine Wilderness Heavenlock formation, the hearts of the experts from the 19 races sank as they felt a sense of foreboding. Everyone could sense that they seemed to have fallen into some kind of powerful formation, and it was difficult for them to escape. When they looked back, their surroundings were in chaos, and they could not find a way back. Under their gazes, the giant city below also disappeared without a trace. All of them had entered another space, which must be the space of the Matrix itself. Not good, we've fallen into a trap. These humans seem to have been prepared for this. It doesn't matter. Let's delay these humans first. Don't fight them head-on. When the other races arrive, we can join forces to break this formation. As long as we don't let them escape, no one in the Qian Su Jinghua Heaven will be able to deal with them calmly. The experts of the various clans spoke one after another. Let's end this quickly. Don't waste time with them. Ling Feng glanced at Chu Daoju and said. Chu Daoju nodded after hearing that. He directly mobilized the power of the Divine Wilderness Heavenlock formation. Invisible rules and orders spread out, forming a world-destroying storm that attacked everything. Rumble, the heavens and the earth shook, and the killing power was vast and mighty. Rays of energy light swords formed, slashing vertically and destroying everything. These tyrannical attacks, like a storm, penetrated the space and went straight for the experts of the various clans outside. Hold on! The experts of the 19 clans shouted. Everyone felt a huge pressure. They were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, and with the restraint of the Matrix, they instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. Just delay them. Save your strength. The elder of the Fire Demonic Elephant clan said in a deep voice to his companions around him. He knew very well that as long as they could delay these humans, when the other experts of their clans arrived, these people would have no way to escape. Quickly gather together and join forces to defend. The elder of the heaven-devouring demonic wolf clan shouted. He gathered the experts together and organized them into a tight defense. When their strength was gathered together, it had the power to destroy the heavens and break the earth. It caused the space of the Divine Wilderness Heavenlock formation to tremble violently, as if it was about to collapse. Since you're here, then stay here. Chu Daoju shouted. The energy in his body surged, crazily pouring into the four compasses of the divine wilderness heaven-lock formation. The endless energy in the space was activated by him, forming a terrifying attack power. The sky shattered and the earth cracked. It brazenly slammed into the defense formed by the experts of the Beast Clan, producing a terrifying sound. Kill! When Long San, Ling Feng, and the others saw this, they instantly moved. More than 200 people whistled through the air, condensing waves of terrifying energy. It was like a raging sea, rolling out and spreading out in the void. Under such a terrifying attack, the experts of the various clans were like trees swaying in the wind and rain. They were being ravaged and on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, these people's cultivation was extremely powerful, so they did not have to worry about being destroyed. With just the few of you, you dare to stop us? You're really overestimating yourselves. On Du Xiaofu's side, someone sneered and said, with extreme disdain, quickly get rid of them. These people must have a backup plan. Beside him, someone else said. The 200 Immortal Realm experts did not say anything else. They all focused on killing. With the help of the Divine Wilderness Heaven-lock formation, they quickly broke through the defense of the 100 or so experts of the Beast Clan. Then, silhouettes after silhouettes appeared out of thin air and slaughtered their way into the crowd. With 2 against 1, and with the Divine Wilderness Heaven-lock formation by their side, everyone held the absolute initiative. Tyrannical attacks broke through the heavens and earth, killing everything. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the many beast race powerhouses who had originally been aggressive actually showed signs of being defeated. They began to flee in all directions to avoid the attacks. However, how could Du Xiaofu and the others give these people a chance to escape? Under the tight seal of the Divine Wilderness Heaven-lock formation, there was no way for them to escape. With a thought, Chu Daoju stirred the void. 2 terrifying spatial blocks formed and fiercely crushed several Immortal Realm Beast Clan experts into dust, their bodies exploding. Kill! The 200 Immortal Realm experts shouted, killing the Beast Clan experts until they fled for their lives. However, there was no way for them to escape. The deeper they went into the Divine Wilderness Heaven-lock formation, the more powerless they were to resist. Inside the formation, they could not see the way back. They had lost all directions of escape. However, if one looked up from the giant city below, they could clearly see everything that was happening inside. The scene in the sky caused many people in the city to tremble. Their hearts were filled with horror. It's too scary. Those humans are already prepared. They have the help of the formation. Those are 19 beast clans. They're in trouble. They've provoked such a tough opponent. We can't do anything. There aren't many Immortal Realm experts in the city. If we're trapped in the formation, the result will be no different from the 19 beast clans. Quick! Inform the Supreme Devil Dragons, the Green Blood Giants, and the Divine Netherworld clan. Let them come and kill these humans. Those humans are really too arrogant. They dare to come to our Qian Su Jinghua heaven and act so presumptuously. This time, we'll make them regret coming here. Many people in the huge city were shouting. They were filled with hostility towards Du Xiaofu and his companions for wantonly killing in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. If it were not for the fear of the Divine Wilderness Heaven-lock formation, there would definitely be experts in the city coming out to kill them. As time went by, the situation in the formation quickly stabilized. More than 100 Beast Clan experts were killed. A small number of them were controlled and thrown into the ancient desolate space by Du Xiaofu. At the moment, Long San and Ling Feng were leading the crowd to carry out the final cleanup work. I hate it. These humans are actually so strong. We shouldn't have coveted the little Qilin and the Supreme Ant Phoenix. This time, we're all going to die. We can only blame ourselves for not being prepared enough. We should have waited for the other experts to gather. It's too late to say this now. We can't escape. Among the Beast Clan experts, there were still less than 20 people who were still fleeing like stray dogs. But under the fierce encirclement of Du Xiaofu's party, they simply had no way to escape. These people all had strong feelings of regret in their hearts. They knew that they had been fooled by these humans. Nobody expected that they would have a treasure like the divine wilderness heavenlock formation. Their side appeared to be unable to withstand a single blow in front of it. These people originally wanted to pin down these humans, so as to prevent them from successfully leaving the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. If they had known that this would happen, no one would have been willing to intercept them even if they had been given more benefits. At the very least, they would have waited for everyone to gather before they could attack. Haha, delightful! In the crowd, Long San and Ling Feng laughed out loud. After their final cleanup, all the Beast Clan experts were killed. Peace was restored in the divine wilderness heavenlock formation. Senior brothers, let's withdraw quickly. The situation here must have already spread to the outside world. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Du Xiaofu frowned and said to the people around him. Although he did not know why the clans of the Qian Su Jinghua heaven were hostile to the people of the outside world, he absolutely did not dare to continue taking risk. The scene of such a big battle certainly could not be hidden. If it attracted even more experts, they would be in very big trouble later. Therefore, the sooner they left this world, the sooner they would be safe. However, as soon as Du Xiaofu said these words, Chu Daoju's face darkened. He looked at a certain place in the void and said softly, "I'm afraid we can't leave for the time being." Sure enough, in the next moment, they saw a large group of figures appear and walk out of the void. The number of these people was about the same as their side, more than 200. They were all Beast Clan experts. Obviously, they were the people of the 19 big clans that had just arrived. They came really fast. Du Xiaofu clenched his teeth and said in a gloomy voice, "We were a step late. Our clansmen are all dead. How dare you slaughter the experts of our various clans? You humans must pay an absolute price. Men, Qian Su Jinghua heaven, how dare you be so presumptuous? Leave your lives here. Today, none of you can leave." After many experts arrived, they directly shouted. When they just appeared, someone in the huge city below had already warned them through sound transmission. Therefore, these people did not plunge into the divine wilderness heavenlock formation. "Everyone, let's join hands to break this formation and then kill those humans," an expert of the Black Tortoise clan said coldly. The tortoise shell on his back rose into the air, and it was as if an extremely large stone tablet was pressing down. "Attack, join hands to break the formation. Don't let any of these humans go," someone from the heaven-swallowing demonic wolf clan shouted. His 4 hooves stepped on the air, opened his mouth to the sky and suddenly roared. The void collapsed piece by piece, causing the divine wilderness heavenlock formation to tremble violently. "Let's also go and help." In the huge city below, experts moved one after another. No less than 50 or 60 people jumped up. In this way, the number of Beast Clan experts soon reached nearly 300. They were all in the immortal realm. "We're in trouble." Du Xiaofu squinted his eyes and felt extremely heavy in his heart. Those Beast Clan experts no longer directly rushed into the divine wilderness heavenlock formation. Instead, they gathered together and wanted to break the formation. The situation was very bad. If they succeeded, they could only go down and fight with them. In the end, they would fall into a bitter battle. Presumably, it would not be long before more people arrived. At that time, none of them would be able to escape. At worst, we'll fight with them. I've cultivated for countless years and reached the immortal realm, but I've never been afraid of anything. Ling Feng's eyes were burning as he looked at the situation outside and said, "That's right. We've cultivated in the 3,000 sectors until now and experienced countless hardships, but we've never been afraid of anyone." Long San also spoke, and a terrifying fighting spirit soared from his body. Chu Daoju did not reply and only fell into a short silence. After a while, he turned his gaze to Du Xiaofu and asked, "Boy, are you afraid? If you're not, let's play a big game." Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and looked a little stunned. He understood Chu Daoju's meaning. Obviously, these people wanted to make a big commotion in the Qian Su Jing Hua heaven. Although I've cultivated for far less years than you senior brothers, I've never flinched because of difficulties in these dozens of years. Du Xiaofu thought for a while and said such a sentence. Since the situation had changed, he could only take one step at a time. Leaving the Qian Su Jing Hua heaven was out of the question for the time being. Instead of waiting to be besieged, he might as well take the initiative to attack and make a bigger commotion. Ha ha ha! Chu Daoju suddenly laughed out loud and looked at Du Xiaofu with admiration. Yes, this boy was not even afraid of the devil god in the Shenwu world. Why would he be afraid of this situation now? Then let's do it. Chu Daoju's face suddenly changed and he said coldly. Then, he controlled the 4 compasses to retrieve the divine barren sky lock formation. The great formation was removed in just a blink of an eye. Their figures were finally exposed in front of the 300 immortal beasts. These beasts aren't weak indeed. However, although they have a lot of people, their overall competence isn't stronger than ours. Ling Feng's line of sight scanned and probed everybody's cultivation base. Du Xiaofu nodded to show that he understood. Apparently, Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San, and the others from the Lingwu world all came from strong forces. Their cultivation bases were profound, and many of them had reached 5th sky of Immortal Realm or above. Chu Daoju and Ling Feng had even reached 8th sky or 9th sky of Immortal Realm. On the other hand, the Beast clan was made up of 19 clans. Although they had more people, they were still in a disadvantageous position. The strongest among them was only at 7th sky of Immortal Realm, and there were only 3 of them. Comparing them, the chance of their side winning was really big. However, what Du Xiaofu's team needed to face was the big threat that hadn't appeared yet. Humans! You've got guts. You've removed the Great Formation. Get ready to die. Kill them all. Kill them all. Take revenge for the experts of our clans. Many members of the Beast clan flew and stormed towards Du Xiaofu's team. Du Xiaofu's team wouldn't give them a good face. What welcomed the Beast clan was a series of furious attacks. The two sides collided in just a blink of an eye, releasing the power that could destroy the entire world. Rumble! 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 The magnificent energy of heaven and earth surged as if it was boiling. The 9 heavens and 10 earths dimmed in comparison. The radiance of the sun above their heads was subdued. The space around them was struck into a chaotic state. Furious energy roared and shook the area. Blood splashed everywhere. Long roars arose one after another. The terrifying battle had shattered the void and cracked the earth. Everything was filled with 5-colored dazzling light. In the huge city below, countless people raised their heads and looked at the scene in the sky. Their eyes were filled with shock. It was rare to see so many immortal-level experts fighting. Many members of the Beast clan were envious. However, if it weren't for the protection of the energy shield above the city, the terrifying battle high in the sky would have destroyed the giant city long ago. Even so, countless people felt as if there was an earthquake. The city wall was shaking as if it was about to collapse. Powerful pressure seeped in. Those people with low cultivation couldn't help but groan. Many of them even spat out scarlet blood. The battle between immortal-level experts is really terrifying. Those humans are so powerful. Although we have the advantage in numbers, we'll still be at a disadvantage after a while. This is bad. What's the background of these people? How can they be so powerful? Don't worry. They can't get away for the time being. When more experts of this world arrive, these humans will only end up dead. These humans are acting so presumptuously in Qian Su Jinghua heaven. I hope the 3 strongest clans can intervene and kill these hateful humans. Many people were discussing animatedly. While they were lamenting the strength of Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San and the others, they also hoped that the immortal-level experts of the Beast Clan could hold on a little longer. As long as more experts arrived, everything would be reversed. And if the 3 strongest clans, Taisher Mo Dragon, Green Blood Giant and Divine Underworld Clan, arrived, the 200-plus humans would be dead. None of them would be able to leave this world. Chapter 2786. Du Xiaofu and the others slaughtered ferociously. One by one, the strong warriors of the Beast Clan fell from the sky. There were also some who exploded into a bloody mist in the sky. As for his own clan, there were also people who were injured. However, under the absolute suppression of strength, no one died. Du Xiaofu put all those who were seriously injured into the ancient desolate space to avoid any accident. As time passed, the battle became more and more intense. Both sides were in a killing frenzy. In the end, the people of the various beast clans all paid special attention to Du Xiaofu. They discovered that this purple-robed young man only had the strength of the truth-severing realm. However, he used the strange law of space to come and go and save those who were injured one by one. A group of immortal realm humans traveling with a truth-severing realm young man. This young man's identity must be extraordinary. The Fire demonic elephant clan had someone. Some strong warrior secretly guessed. Although his deduction was not very accurate, it was not wrong to a certain extent. After all, Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San and the others had come to Qian Su Jinghua Heaven to help Du Xiaofu. Capture him. That purple-robed young man is definitely not an ordinary person. If we capture him, we will be able to seize the initiative. The strong warrior of the dark red demonic fox clan said sinisterly. Without thinking, he directly moved and flew in the direction of Du Xiaofu. Kill! When the others saw this, they also became determined to capture Du Xiaofu. 7 or 8 figures directly charged at him. This scene caused Du Xiaofu's gaze to become even more profound. Just the aura of those immortal realm strong warriors made his breathing a little hurried. It could be seen that these people were very strong. They were far from what he could deal with right now. If he was surrounded by these 7 or 8 people, he would not be able to escape no matter what. Even if Du Xiaofu had the law of space, he would not be able to escape the blockade of the immortal realm's strong warriors. A group of evil creatures also want to capture me? Du Xiaofu snorted coldly. How could he dare to delay any longer? Activating the first form of Fuyao, he quickly arrived beside Chu Daoju. Seeing this, the 7 or 8 beast race powerhouses could only grit their teeth. They could only say that the kid's space laws were too strange. Ordinary people couldn't see through his trajectory at all. Trap him, we must trap him. The man from the Fire demonic elephant clan said hatefully. That brat was too slippery. He did not give them a chance to get close to him at all. However, they didn't want to give up. They continued to give chase, closing in on Chu Daoju. Get out of my way. Chu Daoju's saber was raised to the sky and slashed down vertically, cutting the entire heaven and earth apart. A terrifying crack that connected heaven and earth appeared in the void. It was like a dark abyss. When the beasts saw this, they instantly retreated, not daring to take it head-on. Chu Daoju was an expert at 9th sky of immortal realm. Even if these 7 or 8 people joined hands, they couldn't resist his best strike. Do you think you can touch our people as you wish? Seeing the situation here, Long San and Ling Feng also came nearby, dashing toward the 7 or 8 beasts. They were a little angry. After all, Du Xiaofu's identity wasn't ordinary. At least, Chu Daoju and Yu Taiyan thought highly of him. This time, they came to the Qian Su Jinghua Heaven to help Du Xiaofu. If something happened to him here, it wouldn't be a good result. Indeed, that brat must have a big background. What a pity. With these people blocking us, we can't catch him at all. After being intercepted by Long San and Ling Feng, the beastmen retreated rapidly. These two's cultivation bases were not weaker than Chu Dao Ju's. They couldn't fight them head-on. Xiaofu brat, why don't you enter the desolate ancient space first? Leave this place to us. Suddenly, Chu Dao Ju looked at Du Xiaofu in despair and said, in such a terrifying battle, he didn't have much energy to take care of Du Xiaofu. It was better to be safe than sorry. Senior brother Chu, why don't we withdraw first? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and asked. Withdraw where? Many races in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven have been alarmed. If nothing unexpected happens, even if we withdraw now, we can't leave this world. If we don't attack, we'll be in a passive situation instead. Chu Dao Ju said softly, his black hair fluttering slightly. He had already seen the current situation clearly. When he and the others were forced out of the void passage, it was already destined that they wouldn't be able to leave so easily. I'm not saying that we should avoid being hunted down by this world. But we still can't compete with this world. However, they won't let us leave so easily. Let's also make some big trouble here. Isn't it just making trouble? This is what I'm best at, Du Xiaofu said indifferently with a cold smile. Chu Dao Ju looked at him strangely and didn't answer. He then laughed and said, Fine, then we'll listen to you. I'd like to see what kind of tricks you can come up with, boy. He had heard a little about Du Xiaofu's deeds but did not know the details. After these days of contact, he knew that this boy was definitely not someone easy to deal with. On the contrary, if he was given a chance, he would be a master who could pierce through the sky. It just so happened that now they were trapped in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven and couldn't leave for the time being. They would just let him do whatever he wanted and see what kind of situation he would make. Let's go. Seeing that Chu Dao Ju had agreed, Du Xiaofu also didn't hesitate. He waved his hand directly and led many experts on his side to move rapidly, tearing the void apart to escape. Immortal experts moved extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 people had evacuated completely. Not a single one was left. Such a scene stunned countless people in the 19 clans and the huge city. Why did they suddenly run away when they were fighting so well? They couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. Chase. The experts of the 19 clans shouted one after another and chased after Du Xiaofu's group. Very soon, the sky above the huge city returned to its original appearance. No one could be found anymore. Only pieces of violent energy waves were gradually fading away. The cracks in the void healed and the chaotic zones became the void again. Did they just leave like this? Those humans are really very strong. But I don't know why they suddenly left when they obviously had the upper hand. They can't escape. The 19 clans and the dozens of immortal experts in the city have already chased after them. The news has already spread to other places. Very soon, there will be more people chasing after them. This time, they will definitely have nowhere to go and die in this world. In the city, many experts were discussing spiritedly. In the vast Qian Su Jinghua heaven, there were countless creatures, which gave birth to many powerful experts and powerful clans. Among these clans there were 3 top powers. They were the primordial demonic dragon clan, the green blood giant clan and the divine netherworld clan. At this moment, the news that Du Xiaofu's group of more than 200 people had come to Qian Su Jinghua heaven had already spread to the ears of these 3 clans through various channels. The primordial demonic dragon clan. As one of the overlords of this world, their clan occupied the most beautiful place, which was a dangerous and strange mountain range. In a stone hall, many figures were sitting cross-legged. Every one of them had a powerful aura and was incomparably terrifying. Those humans came to Qian Su Jinghua heaven to rescue that little Qilin, Ant Phoenix Supremacy and 3 others. More than 200 immortal experts appeared in this world. Should we attack and teach them a lesson? In the crowd, a middle-aged man opened his mouth and said in a neither fast nor slow tone, On his forehead, there were 2 dragon horns flickering with blood-red light. They were filled with a frightening fierceness, as if they were refined from the purest blood essence. They carried a murderous aura, which was as frightening as the terrifying demonic creatures in this world. Let those people from the outside world deal with them. These people are not worthy of our primordial demonic dragon clan to attack. Let them jump up and down. I'm afraid they won't be able to jump up and down for long. On the opposite side, another old man said indifferently. He did not seem to care about this matter at all. Indeed, with the strength of the primordial demonic dragon clan, more than 200 immortal experts were still not enough for them to take seriously. Just relying on the many clans from the outside world, it was really easy to annihilate those people. As one of the overlords of this world, they had their own status. Unless it was necessary, they did not want to get involved. I've already forgotten how many years it has been since the people from the other 32 heavens came to this world. Those humans really have some guts. On the side, an old man sighed inexplicably and said, "Since the beginning of the world, not many people have come to this world since the end of the war between the demon clan and the beings of the 33 heavens. If it were not for those people coming this time, I would have almost forgotten that there was another world." Another old man said. He was also filled with emotion. The wrinkles on the faces of these 2 old men were one after another. They looked like withered tree bark. But the frightening thing was that the dragon horns on their foreheads were even more profound in color, as if they could devour souls. Just a glance at them would make one's soul throb and primordial spirit tremble. For the beings from the other 32 heavens, the Qian Su Jing Hua heaven was a place of trouble. If one's cultivation base was ordinary, it would be fine. When they came here, they would not be shouted at by everyone. But if experts came here, they would certainly receive great attention, just like Du Xiaofu's group. The beings in the Qian Su Jing Hua heaven absolutely would not allow experts from other worlds to come here and stir up trouble. The agreement from the immemorial era has been continued to this day. Fortunately, none of the worlds have forgotten that agreement. Otherwise, I'm afraid our world would have been divided and destroyed one by one. The middle-aged man who spoke first said softly and indifferently. As he spoke, he unconsciously frowned. It was as if there was some resentment in his heart. In the Great War that year, if the demon race had won in the end, my Taisher Mo Dragon Clan would certainly have been able to stand at the peak of the 33 heavens. Very few people would have been able to contend against us. At the lower end of the stone hall, a man who looked less than 40 years old suddenly stood up and said coldly. As soon as his voice fell, some old men suddenly looked at him. Faint killing intent rippled out. Those numerous fierce gazes were like the sharpest weapons in the world, and as they lay there, they even slashed space apart, causing this person to fall to the ground while bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead, and he was extremely terrified. "Don't mention this matter again." After a long while, an old man shouted coldly. Then he turned his face and no longer looked at him. The atmosphere in the stone hall immediately became oppressive. Some old men's faces were terrifyingly gloomy. No one dared to speak rashly. Those younger experts did not even dare to breathe loudly. Regarding the great war of the ancient demon race, it seemed to have touched on some taboo of the older generation of the Taisher Mo Dragon Clan. Let's stop here. Let the various races in the outside world worry about those humans. A mere 200 or so people are not our Taisher Mo Dragon Clan's turn to take action. An old man threw down a sentence, slowly stood up, and began to slowly walk out. The other experts of the Taisher Mo Dragon Clan all nodded. They did not dare to disobey his wishes in the slightest. Indeed, there were countless races in this world and countless experts. Even if more than 200 immortal realm experts could dominate a region, they would definitely not be able to escape the joint encirclement of the various races. The primordial demon dragon clan, which was the most transcendent in this world, only needed to watch quietly. Ancestors, please take care." After the old man left, another old man also stood up and prepared to leave. Behind the two of them, someone bowed. However, before they could take a few steps, their bodies suddenly froze at the same time. One of their feet was suspended in the air, and they abruptly stopped there. "A guest has arrived." One of the old men slowly put down the foot that was suspended in the air, and said softly. His old, turbid eyes looked at the exit of the stone hall as if he was looking through the void, seeing through the boundless space barrier. The aura of these two people. The other old man's eyes suddenly flashed with a look of horror, and he spoke in surprise. "How is this possible?" The first old man also noticed it, and his face began to tremble. Just as they were talking, the void in front of them shattered, and two figures stepped out from it, arriving in front of them. These two people were both in human bodies, and their bodies were covered with robes and hats, so their faces could not be seen clearly. Where did these two people come from? How can they enter our Taisher Mo Dragon clan? Their aura seems to be human, but they don't seem to be human. Looking at the two ancestors, it seems like you know their identities. In the stone hall, many experts of the Taisher Mo Dragon clan were a little confused, and they were surprised by the sudden arrival of these two people. They were very curious and wanted to know the origin and identity of these two people, but seeing the two ancestors just standing there indifferently as if they knew them, no one dared to disturb them. Taisher Mo Dragon clan. Among the people who came, one of them spoke indifferently, and his voice sounded like that of a young man. "Everyone, leave first." The two old men of the Taisher Mo Dragon clan waved their hands gently, and all the people of the clan were dismissed. Following his instructions, one figure after another filed out of the stone palace. When they brushed shoulders with the two hooded figures, almost everyone had some doubts and expressed a strong curiosity, but no one really stayed for long. They are so young, but their strength is very strong. They have both stepped into the immortal realm. Among the old men, one of them looked at them closely, sighing and praising. Of course, he could see that although these two people were young, their cultivation was incomparably terrifying. They had both stepped into the immortal realm, and they must have had a great opportunity. "Who are the two of you? Why have you come to our Taisher Mo Dragon clan?" The other old man stood still and asked. The people who came took off the robes on their heads one after another, revealing two incomparably handsome faces with extraordinary temperaments. Together with their slender bodies, they looked very handsome. However, in their eyes there was a faint blood-red radiance, containing a ferocious aura. "Our cultivation is still too insignificant in front of the two seniors," one of the two young men said. "Besides, since the two of you let us in and sent the others away, you must have already known our identities." As he spoke, he gave the old man a look. "Impossible." Hearing such words, the two old men immediately denied. At the same time, they had originally suppressed their emotions, but at this moment, their hearts could not help but beat violently in their chests, as if there was an inconceivable feeling. The two of them shook their heads desperately, and no matter what, they did not dare to believe the fact that they had guessed. The other young man also chuckled, only to hear him say, "Since you think it is impossible, then you should directly attack and kill the two of us here. After all, the Taisher Mo Dragon clan is one of the overlords of the Qian Su Jing Hua heaven. Even in the whole 33 heavens, it is an extremely powerful existence. There are not many forces that can match you. For you, how can you allow two unidentified people to break into your clan?" The two old men did not speak, only staring at the two young men in front of them. The shock in their hearts could not be any greater. They did not know what to say, and at this moment their minds were faintly dizzy. "I won't believe you. Stop putting on an act and tell me who you really are." One of the old men shook his head fiercely. His expression became serious, and his voice became low. It was impossible for him to believe the words of these two people. The reason he let them in here was because of the familiar aura emitted from their bodies. Perhaps they were related to the two people in his memory, but they were definitely not those two people. It's not that you don't believe it, you just don't dare to believe it. It doesn't matter if you really don't want to admit it. We will let the Lord personally go and make a trip to the Taishur Mo Dragon Clan. Presumably, at that time, you will accept this fact. One of the two young men said indifferently. But these words caused the two old men to cry out in surprise at the same time. What? Their eyes widened, full of incredulity, as if they had heard the most shocking thing in the world. He actually, one of the old men stammered. For a long time, he said half a sentence intermittently. That's right. The other young man nodded lightly, expressing his affirmation. The two old men were shocked, looked at each other, and saw endless shock in each other's eyes. Chapter 2787. The two old men of the Taishur demonic dragon clan were stunned for a long time, and did not speak for a long time. Won't the two of you invite us in? One of the two young men said with an evil grin on his face. The two old men suppressed the shock in their hearts. After thinking for a while, they turned around and said, "Please come in." The two young men did not treat them as outsiders at all and directly walked into the stone hall and sat down. Behind them, the two old men from the primordial Devil Dragon clan were walking slowly, taking small steps as they walked in. Secretly, they were constantly communicating with each other through sound transmission. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. Demon. That person actually appeared. From the aura of these two people, it shouldn't be fake. That person has escaped. But how could it be, although countless years have passed, after all, that person is an expert who existed in the chaos? Nothing is impossible. If that's really the case, then the 33 heavens that have been peaceful for countless years will be in chaos again. Now that these two people have come, I'm sure they will put forward some great demands. What should our Taishur demonic dragon clan do? Let's listen to their words first. The decision this time will most likely affect the final outcome of our clan. Yes, if we make the wrong choice, our entire clan will most likely be consigned to eternal damnation. Don't worry, let's act according to the circumstances. As the two old men secretly talked, they walked to the side of the two young men and sat down cross-legged. In the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, Du Xiaofu's group was moving rapidly. They were constantly tearing the space and moving quickly. In the distance behind them, there was also a large number of figures following, wanting to intercept them. However, with the strength of Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San and the others, it was still somewhat difficult for those experts to truly catch up with Du Xiaofu's group. Many clans have been alarmed. We can't go in the direction of the wormhole, otherwise we will definitely be besieged. As Du Xiaofu passed through, he turned around and said to Chu Daoju and the others. Now, many creatures in this world already knew about their arrival and also knew that they wanted to leave the Qian Su Jinghua heaven as soon as possible. Obviously, countless clans will not let them leave so easily. There will certainly be people guarding the direction of the wormhole, waiting for them to fall. Just, Du Xiaofu's group was not afraid of the 19 clans and the experts of the giant city. However, if there were more experts, the situation of the 19 clans and cities, the situation of the 19 races and cities. No matter how strong these 200-plus people's group were strong, they could not be stronger than the countless beasts biases. Boy, what do you, you? Chu Daoju smiled as he looked at Du Xiaofu. That's right, kid. No matter what you want to do, we'll accompany you. Is Chaz not dragons sound dragons, let's make trouble. It's been a long time since we made a big mess. I also want to know what the creatures in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven can do to us in the end. A fierce aura soared up from Ling Feng's body, making him look especially tall and mighty. Now that things have come to this point, they cannot leave even if they want to. It is also very difficult to fight. They have no choice but to accompany Du Xiaofu in tormenting him. But they do not know what this boy is planning. Follow me. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed. After aiming at a direction, he flew over there directly. Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San and the others hurriedly followed him. The group disappeared quickly again. Behind them, many immortal-level experts were chasing closely. They were all flying through the space tunnel. These humans, we can't let any of them go. They must all die. They killed more than 100 experts of the 19 clans. Only their lives can wash away the hatred in my heart. Kill them. How dare they come to my Qian Su Jinghua heaven to be so presumptuous? We must make sure these humans never return. Many experts were filled with killing intent. Many of their eyes were red. In the previous battle, more than 100 immortal-level experts of the 19 clans died in the hands of Du Xiaofu's group. To these clans, every immortal-level expert was the most respected existence. They were the pillars of their clans. How could they not be angry when so many of them died at once? Because of this, they all wanted to kill Du Xiaofu's group as soon as possible to avenge their dead clansmen. The Dark Wolf Ape Clan has come to help the 19 clans kill the foreign humans. The 9 Abyss Leopard Clan has come to help the 19 clans kill the foreign humans. The Tyrannical Wild Lion Clan has come to help the 19 clans kill the foreign humans. While the 19 clans and the other creatures were traveling, many other clans came and joined these people. They started to chase Du Xiaofu's group with great momentum. In less than a day, the number of these people increased from 300 to 500 very quickly. When the sky darkened, there were more than 700 people. In the end, many clans in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven were alarmed. They gathered together to form a scale of more than 1,000 people. Like a mighty army, they swept across the boundless earth. However, the speed of Du Xiaofu's group was too fast. Although these powerhouses weren't weak, Du Xiaofu's group was focused on escaping. They weren't heading towards the wormhole, so they were able to avoid being blocked by many powerhouses. In this way, they were faintly able to avoid being surrounded and captured. These humans are too arrogant. We must kill them in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. In the dark night, some experts' eyes glittered. The curtain of darkness simply could not block their vision. Many experts stopped in the void. They were all looking around, trying to find out the direction Du Xiaofu's group had escaped in through some clues. They can't escape. This Qian Su Jinghua heaven is our territory. Those outsiders simply have nowhere to run. Some experts said coldly. They were searching in the darkness. Ha ha! Suddenly, someone laughed coldly. He stared at a direction in the distant sky and let out a horrifying laugh. He said, "So you've been hiding. I thought you could really escape successfully." After saying that, he flew out and rushed towards a mountain range in the distance. "Have you found them?" The rest of the people all focused their eyes and followed him. That person who came out first was extremely fast. His cultivation was also extremely terrifying. In an instant, he arrived in the sky above that mountain range. He threw a palm downwards. A frightening energy light beam appeared. It seemed to connect the sky and the earth. Like the most frightening punishment from the heavens, it crashed into a certain place in the mountain range with a loud bang. As expected, the light beam bombarded a mountain and directly flattened it to the ground. At the same time, a figure flew out from there and shot towards the distance again. "So you've been hiding like a coward." On the other side, another Beast Clan expert laughed nastily. He also launched a violent attack downward. Similarly, at the place where he attacked, a figure also appeared and quickly escaped. He simply did not want to fight him head-on. As the traces of these two people were discovered one after another, more people became aware of the people hiding in the mountain range. It was as if meteors were streaking across the sky, illuminating the night sky and flying towards the distance. "You've finally learned to be afraid? You've actually found a place to hide. Some beast race experts sneered and chased after the human figures. Can you hide? Under the joint attack of so many beast clans in this Qian Su Jing Hua heaven, if you still manage to escape, that would be the biggest joke in the world. Chase. Don't let them escape. The rest of the people quickly followed. One by one, they disappeared from where they stood. In front of them, those figures who were quickly escaping were none other than Du Xiaofu, Chu Daoju and the others. Brat, will this idea of yours work or not? Long San stroked his forehead, took a look at Du Xiaofu and asked. Yeah, there are too many of these beasts. If we fall into their encirclement, there's really only a dead end for us. Ling Feng also looked at Du Xiaofu suspiciously and said somewhat uncertainly. It's okay. If we can beat them, we'll fight. If we can't, we'll run. Du Xiaofu chuckled but did not say anything more. He used the rising wind style continuously. Only then did he manage to keep up with the others' speed. The formation is just ahead. This time, we'll give these beasts a profound lesson. Du Xiaofu looked ahead. It was a vast plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. They emerged from the spatial passageway and moved about in the void. Senior brothers, when you attack later, be a little more careful. Leave the bodies of all the beasts you can kill intact. While moving forward, Du Xiaofu did not forget to turn his head and say something to the others. What the hell is this brat doing? Chu Daoju and the others were puzzled. However, Du Xiaofu kept them in suspense and did not say what he was thinking. As they spoke, they had already rushed to the center of the plain. Then, they tore open the space again and disappeared. Swoosh, in the next instant, many beasts appeared. Many of them stood on the path that Du Xiaofu and the others had left and looked around. They can't escape. Continue to chase them. A powerful beast race being waved his hand and ordered the others. In fact, there was no need for his order at all. Everyone had rushed out at the first moment. However, in the blink of an eye, many people realized that something was amiss. What's going on? Why can't we travel through space? The space here is very strange. It blocks the probing of the primordial spirit. There's no way back. It's like we've fallen into a formation. There's no mistake. This formation should be the one they used to kill hundreds of experts from the 19 clans. Many beasts panicked at first when they realized that they were trapped in the formation and could not move forward. Soon, some people realized that this formation should have been set up by Du Xiaofu and the others. Their purpose should be to trap them. Just this formation alone can trap over 1,000 Immortal Realm experts? These humans are too arrogant. With the combined power of so many of us, this formation won't be able to do anything to us. Some experts sneered. They didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. This was because although the Divine Wilderness Heavenlock formation was powerful, it could not do anything to so many Immortal Realm experts. If they wanted to break the formation by force, thousands of people would only need a few moves to crush the formation. I don't know where they get their confidence from to deal with us. Attack. Break the formation and force those humans out. Kill them all. Join forces to break the formation. Many people shouted and began to gather their strength to destroy the Divine Wilderness Heavenlock formation by force. They wanted to force Du Xiaofu and the others out. At that time, those humans would not be able to escape. However, just as they were about to do so, there was a huge tremor in the void. A terrifying roar spread out and shook the 9 heavens. Following that, the space around these beasts collapsed and turned into huge blocks of space. It looked like a majestic city wall had collapsed and the bricks were separated. However, the difference was that these huge blocks of space did not fall downward. Instead, they were fiercely squeezing towards the center. Rumble! The huge blocks of space moved with a monstrous force as if they were going to destroy the world. Not good. Hide. Seeing this scene, an expert immediately shouted out. They could clearly feel that the moving huge blocks of space were extremely terrifying. Once they were crushed, there would be no corpse left. Puff, a muffled sound reverberated. Some people could not dodge in time and were instantly crushed into a cloud of blood and exploded in the void. Join forces to break it. This little trick can only scare people. It can't stop us. Some experts shouted angrily and moved instantly. They wanted to join forces and destroy all the huge blocks of space so that they could no longer pose any threat to them. Kill them. However, right at this moment, shadows stormed over from the front. The terrifying weapons in their hands were glowing, triggering the order of this space. Terrifying energy quickly spread out, enveloping over 1,000 beast tribe powerful beings within. Kill as many as you can. Bring their corpses. Du Xiaofu shouted from behind the crowd. He didn't join them. With his current cultivation base, he was far from being able to confront the immortal realm expert. If he joined them, he would be courting death. Kill. Under Du Xiaofu's shouts and earth-shaking battle cries, Chu Daoju, Long San, and Ling Feng stormed over ferociously. They were like tigers attacking a flock of sheep. With the support of the divine desolate sky lock formation, their auras were like rainbows. As soon as they made contact, they had killed some beasts. Sixth sky of immortal realm, it's you. Chu Daoju's long saber radiated dazzling light. With one slash, the sky and earth lost its color. The terrifying saber light was tens of thousands of meters long. It glided over an 8-winged thunderhawk at sixth sky of immortal realm and cut it into halves. Then, Chu Daoju rose his hand and scooped up the 8-winged thunderhawk's body, putting it into his universe bag. Fifth sky of immortal realm, flame demonic elephant, come. Long San also shouted. He also held a large saber in his hand. His broadsword looked like a giant door plank, as heavy as a mountain. When it slammed down, it broke the bones and tendons of a fire demonic elephant expert in front of him, revealing the true form of the fire demonic elephant. It was even taller than the mountain peak in the distance. Then, Long San twisted his body and slashed the saber one more time. His imposing aura burst out as if he was diving into water. If this attack hit the target, the flame demonic elephant would be smashed into a mist of blood. Brother Long San, be gentle. Leave the corpse intact. You must leave the corpse intact. Du Xiaofu shouted behind him. Hearing him, Long San retrieved his aura. His surging aura turned into a dazzling saber light that cut the flame demonic elephant into halves, killing it. Kill! More than 200 immortal realm experts from the 3,000 great worlds roared unceasingly. They stormed over and killed the experts of the Beast Clan one by one. After a short time, they had killed 40 to 50 people. Some of them were directly smashed into a mist of blood. Their bodies and souls perished. Every time he saw this scene, Du Xiaofu, who was at the back, revealed a pained expression and slapped his thigh anxiously. Hey, senior brother, please be gentler. Leave the corpse intact. Leave the corpse intact. Brother Ling Feng, that big snake is a good thing. Don't waste it. Brother Chu, take that big chicken's body. Hurry! Du Xiaofu shouted again and again. He constantly commanded the battle, hoping that Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San and the others would be careful. They would collect all the corpses of the Beast Clan and put them into their Qian Kuan bag. The others did not know what he wanted to do. They only saw him dancing around anxiously and did as he wished. Very quickly, out of the thousands of Beast Clan experts, close to 50 had fallen. Chu Daoju and the others were finally surrounded. Enough! Senior brothers, retreat! Du Xiaofu let out another strange cry, then instantly turned around and left, heading deeper into the divine desolate heaven-lock array. Brothers, let's retreat. Chu Daoju kept his saber and shouted. With a thought, the energy in his body surged out and entered the four compasses. He mobilized the power of the divine wilderness heaven-lock formation and blasted a terrifying hole in the encirclement formed by the Beast Clan experts. Go! No one dared to stay any longer. They all flew out and fled deeper into the formation. Kill. Don't let them escape. The Beast Clan experts also move. They began their pursuit once more. They were very depressed. These humans were too cunning. They had set up an array here, and after so many of them had fallen into it, they had suddenly launched a surprise attack. Then, without waiting for them to react, these humans hurriedly ran away again. However, under the terrifying impact, their side quickly lost close to 50 powerhouses. Such a scene caused everyone to feel extremely sullen. They killed my Beast Clan members and even took away their corpses. What are these humans doing? A Beast Clan expert was about to go crazy. He had no idea what these humans were planning. At this time, everyone wished that they could tear these outsiders into pieces. But what was helpless was that they ran extremely fast. With the help of the array, it was difficult for them to catch up. Withdraw. In front of them, Chu Daoju's thoughts stirred. He put away the Divine Wilderness Heavenlock Formation's array discs and brought Du Xiaofu and the others to quickly escape. If I can win, then I'll fight. If I can't, then I'll run. Brat, you are really different from ordinary people. Chu Daoju looked at Du Xiaofu in despair and rolled his eyes. Chapter 2788. More than 200 people were fleeing rapidly in the void. Many of them had serious expressions on their faces. These beasts are also quite fierce. They're chasing us like this and have no intention of relaxing at all. It would be strange if they relaxed. If it were you, you wouldn't relax either. I hope we can escape unscathed this time. Otherwise, we'll definitely end up very miserable. I keep feeling that we'll be fine. Marshal Uncle Yu and the others definitely won't sit idly by when they get the news. Many people from the 3,000 great worlds were discussing non-stop. Although they were all saying how fierce the beasts were, their expressions were very relaxed, as if they were on vacation. Indeed, with the power behind these people, even if they couldn't escape and died in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, in the end, this world would probably be wiped out by the army. All the clans that attacked would die without a burial place. Boy, quickly tell us what you plan to do. What do you want to do with so many beasts' corpses? In the crowd, someone came to Du Xiaofu's side and looked at him in confusion. Hearing that, even more people looked at the purple-robed youth, wanting to hear his thoughts. Could it be that you're practicing some secret technique that requires a large amount of blood essence? Some people guessed that Du Xiaofu was taking so many beasts' corpses to refine blood essence. You'll know after a while. Du Xiaofu chuckled. He didn't explain anything and just kept running. TSK. Still playing mysterious. Everyone rolled their eyes and didn't ask him anymore. This group of people was as fast as lightning, escaping rapidly in the void passage. Behind them, a large number of beasts followed, ready to intercept and kill at any time. Seeing that he couldn't shake off so many experts for a long time, Du Xiaofu had no choice but to put more than 200 people into the desolate ancient space. Then, under the guidance of Chu Daoju, he displayed the most terrifying speed and quickly shook off the pursuers behind them temporarily. Senior Brother Chu, stop. After running for a day, Du Xiaofu suddenly told Chu Daoju to stop. The two of them arrived at another mountain range. There were lush green mountains, deep valleys, and secluded forests. A clear stream flowed through the valleys, and the scenery was extremely serene. We haven't completely shaken off those people yet, and we're not running anymore? Chu Daoju looked at him in puzzlement and said, Set up the divine desolate heavenlock formation. We've been running for a long time, it's time to rest. I see that the scenery here is beautiful, and it's a good place to relax. Du Xiaofu faintly smiled and said to Chu Daoju, You brat, I really don't know what you're thinking. Chu Daoju rolled his eyes at him, but did not say anything. According to what Du Xiaofu said, the Divine Wilderness Heavenlock Array was set up in the valley, but it only covered an area of less than 1 mile, so as to avoid being discovered too easily. Seeing this, Du Xiaofu opened up the ancient desolate space, and the 200-plus people all walked out. Even Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, and Du Xiaowang were called out by Du Xiaofu and came to his side. Senior brothers, quickly take out the beasts that you've killed. Du Xiaofu didn't waste any time and said directly, "What are you trying to do?" Everyone looked at him in puzzlement. At the same time, they took out the corpses of the beasts from their qiankuan bags. The blood stains were still wet. In an instant, the valley that wasn't considered small was filled with dozens of huge beast corpses. They were like huge mountains that stretched across the valley. Above each beast corpse, there was a faint glimmer of treasure light. There was no doubt that the beasts' bodies contained boundless energy. These are all good things. Seeing these mountains of meat, Du Xiaofu's eyes emitted a green light, and he was about to drool. Dad, Little Qilin and Du Xiaowang blinked their eyes at the same time. Looking at Du Xiaofu, they seemed to have thought of something. Du Xiaoba, who was next to him, had the same expression as Du Xiaofu. Looking at the mountain-like beasts, his whole person was about to become dazed. Xiaoba, Xiaolin, Xiaowang chopped the firewood to start the fire and cook rice. Not long after, Du Xiaofu gave an order to the three little fellows. "Uncle Xiaofu, I'll go get the firewood." Without needing Du Xiaofu's instructions, Du Xiaoba had already rushed out at the first moment and disappeared in an instant. "I'll go get water." Du Xiaowang's small body flew up lightly and rushed to the stream. "Dad, I'll help you." Du Xiaolin came to Du Xiaofu's side and helped him cut open the stomachs of the huge beast corpses, dug out the internal organs, and then washed them. For a moment, Du Xiaofu led the three little guys to get busy, running here and there in the valley. Chu Daoju, Long San, Ling Feng and the others were all dumbstruck as they watched them busy, as if they were all stupid. Du Xiaofu, this brat, does he want to eat these beast meat? Long San was so shocked that his eyeballs were about to fall out. Look at the appearance of those three little guys. They seem to be very familiar with this matter. Ling Feng's gaze swept over Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaowang and Du Xiaolin. Seeing the eager appearance of these three little guys, it was very obvious that this matter was very easy for them. Isn't this a bit too much? Chu Daoju's face twitched. He was somewhat speechless. This is Qian Su Jinghua Heaven Ah. It's one thing for us to stir up trouble here. After all, it's to save people. But now you've killed so many beast experts and now you've even found a beautiful place to start cooking rice. If those experts of this world knew about this, I'm afraid they would all be angered half to death. This is really, really too much. Not only these three people, the other people's faces were also stiff. Looking at Du Xiaofu and his family of four, they simply did not know what to say. Under their astonished gazes, Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaowang were extremely fast. In a short while, they had brought water and firewood. Especially Du Xiaoba. The firewood was piled up there really was as much as a mountain. Senior brothers, what are you all looking at? Quickly come and help. On the other side, Du Xiaofu shouted at Chu Daoju and the others without even turning his head. He was holding a sharp sword in his hand, which was the one Yu Yuqian gave him earlier. He was wantonly cutting the beast meat. Hearing his shout, Chu Daoju and the others did not move. Everyone just twitched the corners of their mouths fiercely. They did not want to go up and help. They were all dignified immortal experts. In the whole 33 heavens, they could be regarded as the top strength. How could they possibly do that kind of shady business with Du Xiaofu just to fill their stomachs? If this spread out, how many people would laugh at them? Du Xiaofu did not care about what these people were thinking. He was still busy. Soon, in his hands, the giant beasts were cut into pieces. Then, he took out the 9 divine thunder cauldrons and arranged them in a row. Du Xiaolin washed all the meat and put them in the cauldrons. Xiaoba grill. Under Du Xiaofu's command, Du Xiaoba brought over some thick wood and started to build a barbecue rack. Xiao Wang, pour water. Du Xiaofu said again. Du Xiaowang waved her hand and poured water into the 9 cauldrons. Xiaolin, put in the meat. Under Du Xiaofu's order, Du Xiaolin dragged a huge piece of meat that was completely disproportionate to his body and threw it into the cauldrons. Then, he threw pieces of beast meat into the air and threw them at Du Xiaoba. In Du Xiaoba's hand, wooden skewers were erected and passed through the meat before being placed on the grill. Huff, 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 soon, there were flames burning fiercely on the cauldrons and the grill. At this point, Chu Daoju, Long San, Ling Feng and the others' eyes were fixed. This family, everyone felt speechless. They did not know what words to use to evaluate this family of 4. Divine Thunder Cauldron, that was one of the strongest divine weapons that Lu Xiaoyu had back then. It was actually used as a pot by him. Chu Daoju, Long San, Ling Feng and the others were greatly shocked. They had a deep relationship with Lu Xiaoyu and naturally recognized the 9 purple thunder cauldrons. One had to know that these 9 cauldrons were also treasures in Lu Xiaoyu's hands. Du Xiaofu actually used them to stew meat? This was too fucking ridiculous. Chu Daoju and the others had a strange expression on their faces. They were really speechless. What did Du Xiaofu sprinkle on the cauldrons and grills? Someone with sharp eyes saw Du Xiaofu taking out cloth bags from his qiankuan pouch, and then grabbing some powdery things from them and tossing them onto the divine thunder cauldron and the meat on the grill. Fuck, those can't be seasonings, right? Ling Feng's eyes widened. He was petrified. Fuck, they really are seasonings. Very quickly, Du Xiaofu opened the cloth bags one by one. Peppercorns, cumin, chili powder, salt, and all kinds of seasonings that one would normally see were there. Everything was there, and they were all laid out on the ground in a variety of colors. Fuck. Everyone cursed in their hearts. They were all speechless. One look and I can tell that this kid is a veteran. Someone stared at Du Xiaofu. Seeing him jumping up and down in front of the dozens of bonfires in an orderly manner, it was as if he was doing a strange dance. One look and you could tell that he was very familiar with this. This kind of ability was definitely something that could only be achieved through the accumulation of countless experiences. A few years ago, Shen Wu world must have been ruined by him. Chu Daoju's head was filled with helplessness. He silently mourned for the beasts in Shen Wu world. Needless to say, Du Xiaofu must have done a lot of these things in Shen Wu world. There are more than 200 people, there might not be enough meat to eat if there isn't enough. 1 portion steamed, 1 portion braised, 1 portion barbecued, 1 portion stewed. This way it should be enough. Du Xiaofu was busy on his own. Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, and Du Xiaowang, the 3 little guys were shuttling back and forth around him, helping him out. He categorized the meat according to its characteristic. Some were steamed, some were braised, some were stewed, some were barbecued, all in order to bring out the best flavor of each meat. The bonfires burned under the lightning cauldron and on the barbecued meat. On the other side, there were several large pots with meat stew inside. It smells good. I can smell it. Du Xiaowang suddenly danced around, very excited. Next to her, the meat on the barbecue grills was already oozing with fat, golden yellow, and giving off an enticing aroma. Seeing this, the little girl's saliva dripped all over the floor. Her eyes were glowing green, she wanted to jump on the meat and chew on it. The braised ones are almost done. Du Xiaoba held a spatula in his hand and began to stir the meat in the pots. The braised meat was also giving off a rich aroma, making people want to eat. I really want to eat. Du Xiaolin turned into a little boy, standing in front of a large cauldron in front of Du Xiaofu, his eyes shining. It's not done yet. Du Xiaofu knocked on his head and took the little guy to the side. This lineup, on the other side, Chu Daoju and the others were still dumbfounded. Their admiration for Du Xiaofu was like a torrential river, endless. As time passed, not too long later, the aroma of meat spread out, floating in the small valley, filling every inch of space. It's really quite fragrant. Among the 200 Immortal Realm experts, someone twitched his nose, unconsciously licked his lips, and muttered, "How many years has it been since we ate meat?" There were also people whispering, but their eyes were not looking at Du Xiaofu's group of 4 who were busy. Instead, they were looking at the barbecue racks, big pots, and big cauldrons. Tens of thousands of years? Or hundreds of thousands of years? At the side, someone instinctively took over the conversation and stared at the meat on the other side. Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San, and the others could not help but swallow their saliva, their throats moving. The thick aroma of meat surrounded everyone, mixed with the smell of seasoning. It was very tempting, making people unable to resist the urge to eat. All right, remove the fire, eat the meat." Suddenly, Du Xiaofu shouted. His voice was so excited that it was sharp, pulling everyone back to reality from their daze. "Senior brothers, quickly come and taste my cooking." Du Xiaofu raised a wooden skewer. On it was a piece of beast meat that was several times bigger than him. He tore a piece and handed it to Chu Daoju and the others, but no one took it. Not eating? Du Xiaofu was puzzled, looking at everyone's expression. He did not understand. "I made a lot, enough for all of us to eat." He thought for a moment and said so. After a while, everyone was still indifferent. Du Xiaofu could only helplessly say, "All right, if you don't eat, then the 4 of us will eat." He turned around, waved his hand, and began to eat the fragrant barbecue meat wantonly. On the other side, the 3 little fellows had already started eating. "Oh, it smells so good. I haven't eaten Uncle Xiaofu's barbecue for many years. It's too delicious." Du Xiaoba held a piece of barbecue meat about his size and chewed with all his might. His eyes narrowed slightly, filled with happiness and indescribable enjoyment. "Delicious. It's too delicious." After Du Xiaowang finished eating a piece of barbecue meat, she scooped up a bowl of meat soup and tasted it happily. Du Xiaolin, on the other hand, did not have the time to speak at all. He kept chewing on a piece of beast meat, his mouth full of oil, and his expression was indescribably satisfied. Looking at the family of 4 busily working from the beginning to the end and finally eating a lot of delicious food, the people from the 3,000 sectors had indescribably strange expressions. Relying on their status, they did not participate. It should be known that this was the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Killing them in front of someone else's house and feasting on them in their own territory, this was not right at all. Not to mention these races that were eaten, even if the other beast races knew, they would probably list them as enemies that must be killed. After this, perhaps the entire Qian Su Jinghua heaven would move out and chop these audacious people into meat paste. Only then could the hatred in their hearts be resolved. However, looking at the happy and satisfied appearances of Du Xiaofu and the other 3, these experts secretly swallowed their saliva, and their eyes could not help but start to emit light. "Senior brother Long, tell me, have we Yunyang sect disciples ever been afraid of trouble?" Suddenly, an expert who looked to be in his 30s walked to Long San's side and asked such a question without rhyme or reason. Long San was somewhat stupefied by the question. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, as if he did not want to pay attention to him, and said indifferently, "No. Since we're not afraid of trouble, then what's there to be afraid of?" That expert in his 30s glanced at Chu Daoju, Long San, and Ling Feng in the blink of an eye, then his figure suddenly rushed out, shouting at the same time, "Who cares about the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, eat!" Just as he finished shouting, he had already lifted up a large piece of roasted meat. His eyes were like that of a hungry wolf, and he fiercely bit down. Then, as if he was extremely hungry, he started to eat heartily, directly swallowing the meat that he had bitten down into his stomach. Chu Daoju and the others were dumbfounded by this action. What the fuck? This reason? Everyone was speechless. He actually said that he was greedy for food in such a dignified manner, and brought up whether the Yunyang sect disciples were afraid of trouble or not. How can there be such a shameless person? Someone cursed in a low voice, extremely disdainful of that guy's performance. If you want to eat meat, just say it directly. What's the point of talking so mysteriously? On the side, Du Xiaofu was also stunned for a long time, then he could not help but laugh. That guy's reason was really admirable. Sigh, Senior Brother Chu. At this time, another expert came to Chu Daoju's side and sighed. Our Yunyang sect has produced such a shameless person like Shou Qingshan, it really makes one's heart ache. He made an appearance of beating his chest and stamping his feet, his eyes filled with strong disdain, as if he was extremely disdainful of that person's immoral behavior. Then, he thought for a while, and seriously looked at Chu Daoju's face, until Chu Daoju's hair stood on end. Then, he slowly said, I think, for these roasted meat, stewed meat, steamed meat, and roasted meat, eating them is the most basic respect for them, and also the most basic respect for the expert who contributed these delicious meat dishes. Chu Daoju looked at this guy's serious appearance, and coupled with his words, black lines crept up his forehead. In order to show the deepest respect, I have decided to eat them. This expert ignored Chu Daoju's expression, and said seriously again. Then, he took large strides, walking towards the roasted meat and the pot. As he walked, there was actually some awe-inspiring righteousness. Chapter 2789. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, they no longer had the energy to complain. Du Xiaofu was no exception. His eyelids were twitching violently. Cloudy Sun Sect's reputation has been fucking disgraced. The corner of Chu Daoju's mouth twitched. He really wanted to leave this place and pretend that he did not know those two. Their level of shamelessness was simply one stronger than the other. Especially that guy just now. Touch your conscience and ask yourself, did you really decide to eat the meat out of respect for those beasts who died? Shameless. Senior brother, I think Senior Brother Zhao is right. We really do need to give these meat the most basic respect. Just as Chu Daoju was thinking angrily, another person came to his side and said such a sentence. Then, he rushed to the scene and began to eat and drink. Suddenly, someone said indignantly, You shameless people, you should at least have some basic integrity. Don't you just want to eat meat? How can you make it sound so dignified? Too shameless. Looking at this person's righteous indignation, Chu Daoju, Long San, Ling Feng and the others finally felt that they had found a kindred spirit. However, this guy's next sentence almost made them spit out blood at the same time. Hey, I'm talking about you three. Eat slowly, leave some for me. After saying that, he rushed into Du Xiaofu and the others' formation and ate the meat and soup like a whirlwind. I can't take it anymore, this meat is too fragrant. I haven't eaten meat for too many years. No, I have to eat some too. Let's go quickly. If we're late, we'll be ruined by those gluttons. I'll eat the barbecued meat first. Hey, leave some soup for me. Under the astonished gazes of Chu Daoju, Long San, Ling Feng, and the others, many people abandoned the last thoughts in their hearts and joined Du Xiaofu's group. These people wanted to say something, but when the words reached their mouths, they swallowed them back into their stomach. In fact, they couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. Looking at the people in the field eating with relish, coupled with the pervasive fragrance of the fresh meat, everyone's appetite was aroused. Why don't we go eat something too? Long San suspiciously looked at Chu Daoju and Ling Feng, and said with uncertainty, Then let's have some? Ling Feng's tone was also strange. Together with Long San, he looked at Chu Daoju. Chu Daoju was a little stunned by these two people's stares. He didn't say anything for a long time. His expression was strange. Senior Brother Long, Senior Brother Ling, and Senior Brother Chu, let's go eat together. At this moment, even more people beside them rushed into the field and began to sweep away everything in their path. In the end, there were only a few people around Chu Daoju. They seemed very different and did not fit in with the fiery atmosphere over there. Oh, this barbecued meat is really good. Junior brother Xiaofu, your skills are truly superb. This broth isn't bad either. It's refreshing and fragrant when it enters the mouth, and the silk slips down the throat. This braised beast meat is also very delicious. Beside Du Xiaofu and the others, there were more than 200 people chewing and swallowing, cleaning up all the meat. These strong people had all put down the airs they had at the beginning. They didn't have the image of strong people in the past at all. Each and every one of them was like a starving child. In the end, even Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San, and the others couldn't resist the huge temptation and joined in. As time passed, the beast meat that was originally piled up in this valley turned into a pile of bones, piled up there like a small mountain. Of course, there was still a lot of beast meat that was kept by Du Xiaofu. This was the body of an immortal rank expert. It contained extremely pure energy. For ordinary cultivators, it could obtain unimaginable benefit. In fact, this was the case. After Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, and Du Xiaowang ate until their stomachs were round, they all sat cross-legged on the ground. They didn't even have time to wipe the oil stains on their faces before they entered a state of cultivation. After they came to the 33 heavens, they broke through from the half-step heavenly saint realm to the true heavenly saint realm, which was the seizing god realm. And after eating the meat of these immortal rank experts, under the impact of the violent energy, the qi flow in each of their bodies was many times faster than usual. Chu Daoju, Long San, Ling Feng, and the others took action, suppressing the qi flow in the three little guys' bodies, so that their bodies could bear it and slowly refining and absorbing the energy. At this time, Du Xiaofu also felt that his cultivation was faintly showing signs of rising. Layers of light erupted from his body, fluctuating with a powerful aura. Start cultivating and strive to break through as soon as possible. Du Xiaofu sat on the ground and began cultivating. With the existence of the Divine Wilderness Heavenlock Formation and more than 200 immortal rank experts by his side, he wasn't worried about his safety at all. Even if many beasts outside found this place, Chu Daoju and the others would take him and the three of them away. Wung, a formless fluctuation spread out from Du Xiaofu's body, affecting the surrounding space. A layer of unique domain formed with his body as the center, spreading out in all directions. What a powerful spatial domain! Chu Daoju and the others could feel a considerable amount of pressure under the influence of this spatial domain. They all knew that this was Du Xiaofu's domineering domain. Once someone of the same cultivation as him stepped inside, they would be trampled on by Du Xiaofu. In this domain, he was the master. In addition, there were layers of light spreading out from the purple-robed youth's body. Lightning, fire, and other energies were vast and mighty. These were the various forms of the matter law. Du Xiaofu's cultivation in the matter law was extremely profound, especially in the lightning law and the fire law, which had already reached perfection. In the chaos space, the Nether River's weak water that he had obtained from Dai Xuanzhen had also allowed him to have some attainments in the water law. In addition, with the help of the void 8 trigrams that the master of the 3,000 great worlds had taught him, the way of mutual promotion and restraint between various laws, and the chaos vital energy, he also had some gains in the metal law, the wood law, and the earth law. However, there was still a long way to go in order to reach perfection in these laws. This time, after eating the flesh and blood of many immortal realm experts, Du Xiaofu will probably have a lot of progress in the various laws with the help of the energy in these living creatures. Long San looked at the purple-robed youth, whose eyes were slightly closed, and said, Time passed slowly, and the 200 immortal realm experts did not have to wait for too long. Finally, there was a change in Du Xiaofu's body. Rumble, a vast explosion reverberated and spread out in the void, causing a violent spatial storm. Following that, various kinds of light expanded, forming a powerful light shield that covered his body. This kid's cultivation is simply flying. Chu Daoju's eyelids twitched, and he looked at Du Xiaofu in disbelief. With his cultivation, he was naturally able to clearly sense that Du Xiaofu had made great progress in the water element, wood element, metal element, and earth element laws. This was terrifying. Even if an ordinary person had eaten the flesh and blood of these experts, it would be impossible to absorb all the energy in it so quickly. Most importantly, the path of laws emphasized comprehension. It was not like one could make a breakthrough by instilling energy into it. If that was the case, there would be many true severing realm experts in the 33 heavens, and they would be more common than cabbages. His aptitude and comprehension are both abnormal. I seem to have seen Lu Xiaoyu in the past. Long San stared at Du Xiaofu and murmured. And his opportunity is also very strong. It seems that he is not inferior to Lu Xiaoyu. Ling Feng took over the conversation from the side and said with emotion, "Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. These 200 people had cultivated for countless years and experienced many hardship. Coupled with the uniqueness of the Lingwu world, they had reached their current realm. As for Lu Xiaoyu and Du Xiaofu, these two people's cultivation was as fast as passing through a wormhole. The opportunities that they had obtained were also enviable. They had only cultivated for a few decades, and Du Xiaofu was already a true severing realm expert. How long had he been in the 33 heavens? Most likely, it wouldn't take too long for him to easily break through the immortal realm in front of him. In comparison, all of them were no different from innately disabled people. After all, there is only one Lu Xiaoyu, and only one Du Xiaofu. However, this kid's aptitude and opportunity are very strong, but it is still extremely difficult for him to reach Lu Xiaoyu's height." After a long time, Ling Feng said softly. Many people nodded their heads in agreement when they heard this. In their hearts, Lu Xiaoyu was the #1 person in history. No one could reach that height. At least after Pan Gu created the world, he was a powerhouse standing at the peak. Du Xiaofu was still too far away from that level. It was not something that ordinary people could reach. It is better for us not to jump to conclusions on this matter. Suddenly, Chu Daoju said faintly. His gaze never left Du Xiaofu, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Only he knew that Du Xiaofu controlled the heavenly Tao of the divine martial world, and that small world was very likely the same existence as the Lingwu world. If that was the case, it was not impossible for Du Xiaofu to reach Lu Xiaoyu's height. Ling Feng, Long San, and the others looked at Chu Daoju strangely. They did not know where his confidence came from. He actually thought so highly of Du Xiaofu. However, they did not ask anything and continued to wait. Huff, huff, huff in the field, the light on Du Xiaofu's body shone brightly. After a fierce fluctuation, it slowly disappeared. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of divine light shot out, piercing through the void. After letting out a long breath, Du Xiaofu's mouth unconsciously curved into a smile. This feeling is so good. His cultivation had improved again, making Du Xiaofu feel refreshed. He felt that he had a deeper connection with some elements between heaven and earth. As long as he willed it, he could mobilize more of the power of the laws of order and suppress the heavens and earth. When will I be able to comprehend all the complete laws and enter the immortal realm? After his excitement, Du Xiaofu also calmed down. Now, he was only at the true severing stage. Although he was not weak in the 33 heavens, he was not a true powerhouse. Only the immortal realm could stand at the peak. Without the meditative realm, there would be no opponent. However, the meditative realm is the pinnacle of powerhouses. Immediately after, Du Xiaofu let out such a sigh. The truth was indeed so. Although there were not many immortal realm powerhouses in the 33 heavens, there were definitely many of them. Just the supreme Changrong heaven and the not-so-strong Ju Ling Holy Land had hundreds of immortal realm powerhouses. The Yu Qing Divine Kingdom had sent thousands of them to eliminate the rebels and overturn the Zhu Ling Holy Land. In this way, there were at least tens of thousands of immortal realm powerhouses in the 36 Holy Lands and 72 Divine Kingdoms. Moreover, there were many other big and small forces, and there was no lack of dozens of immortal realm powerhouses in charge. Looking at this trip to the Qian Su Jinghua Heaven, there are already over 1,000 people who are being hunted down, aren't there? If all the immortal realm powerhouses in this world were to be mobilized, it would definitely be a mighty army. Comparing it to the meditative oblivion realm, Du Xiaofu had heard from He Jibai, Yu Yuqian, and the others that the number of meditative oblivion realm experts in the supreme Chang Rong heaven was unknown, but it could definitely be counted with 2 hands. Looking at the entire 33 heavens, according to this number, there were at most 200 to 300 of them. This was terrifying. The meditative realm was a threshold that blocked too many geniuses and outstanding talents. The most frightening thing was that these meditative realm powerhouses had basically survived since the ancient times. After countless years, they had only accumulated this number today. Time, space, matter, and soul. These are the 4 primordial laws. Only by mastering all the derived laws of one of them can one have a chance to step into the immortal realm. Du Xiaofu's thoughts returned, and he began to think about other problems. Of the 4 primordial laws, his attainments in the space and matter laws were the deepest. As for the time and soul laws, he only dabbled slightly. However, he really wanted to master all 4 primordial laws and finally break through to the immortal realm. Of course, he knew that this was very difficult. In the entire 33 heavens, the vast majority of living beings could only dared to cultivate 1 primordial law. Very few people could cultivate 2 at the same time, let alone 4. However, Du Xiaofu did not want to be like others. On the path of cultivation, one had to do it to the extreme. Only then could one enter the strongest array. Otherwise, what was the point of cultivating for a lifetime? Let's not think about those unreachable things for now. After a moment, Du Xiaofu shook his head and suppressed the thoughts in his heart, no longer thinking about it. Now, he could only take 1 step at a time. Some things could not be forced. He just had to do it seriously. Xiaoba, Xiaolin, and Xiao Wang, these 3 little fellows, their cultivation speed is also extremely fast. Du Xiaofu turned his gaze and looked at the 3 little figures in the field. At this time, Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaowang were already 8 or 9 years old. Du Xiaolin also looked to be 4 or 5 years old. Everyone's height had increased by a lot. At this time, the auras on their bodies were very powerful. Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaowang both had the bloodline of the golden-winged great rocks. They had a certain level of attainment in the spatial laws. In addition, their lightning laws and fire laws were also quite powerful. As for Du Xiaolin, he was young and had only cultivated for a short time. Because of the Du family's ancestor, his attainments in the lightning laws were the strongest. These 3 little fellows were all very extraordinary. It probably would not take too many years for them to truly step into the true severing realm. Kid, those beasts have found us. Let's retreat. At this time, Chu Daoju came in front of Du Xiaofu and said to him. Du Xiaofu did not speak, only nodding. With a wave of his arm, he moved the 3 little fellows into the ancient desolate space. Then, Chu Daoju also put away the divine desolate heavenlock array. Everyone soared into the air and flew away from this mountain range. Just after they left, beast race powerhouses quickly arrived. A large black mass of figures appeared in the void. These powerhouses swept their gazes, and the power of their origin spirits spread out, wanting to find traces of those humans. However, when they discovered the situation in the valley, the anger in everyone's hearts soared, and their faces instantly flushed red. Despicable humans, bastards! 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 I'll definitely kill you all. An angry roar spread out, and a terrifying sound wave swept out, causing a series of terrifying muffled thunder to sweep across the sky above the mountain range. The entire void was torn into pieces, and it was a complete mess. How could they not be angry? In the valley below, there were huge beast bones scattered everywhere, piled up like a mountain. They were all the powerhouses of the human race. To the side, there were messy bonfires, and some of them were still crackling. Faintly, one could smell the remnant fragrance of meat wafting through the air. Moreover, there was more than one kind of meat. The smell of braised meat, steamed meat, barbecued meat, and thick soup intertwined together, making one drool. This scene made all the beast race powerhouses fly into a rage. With such obvious traces, how could these beast race powerhouses not know what had happened? Their brethren had been eaten by those humans, and stewed, barbecued, steamed, and roasted. Bastards! Bastards from head to toe. Even if they died 10,000 times, they still couldn't erase the crimes of those humans. At this very moment, these beast race powerhouses wished they could ferret out Du Xiaofu's group of humans, peel their skin, tear their tendons, chop their bodies into pieces, and then roast their origin spirits in the divine fire, so that they would never be able to rise again, and suffer the greatest punishment and pain in this world, making them regret their actions. Chase after them. We must find those humans. If we don't chop them into 10,800 pieces, the beast race of our Qian Su Jinghua heaven should just explode and die. Some powerhouses roared and continued the chase. Everyone released their killing intent, which shook the heavens and the earth. Even the sky dimmed under such momentum. Send a message to the primordial demon dragon, the green blood giants, and the divine netherworld clan. Ask them to get into action, and try to kill those humans as soon as possible. Another powerhouse said. He sent people out and left the group to send a message to the 3 strongest races of the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Chapter 2790. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. A group of immortal realm experts was moving through the void. Every one of them carried an unparalleled killing intent. They only wanted to capture all the humans who had invaded this world and committed heinous crimes, and then make them wish they were dead. To these races, death was not something to be feared, but being eaten as food after death was completely intolerable. They tried their best to intercept Du Xiaofu and the others, then unite with even more beast races to suppress those humans. For a moment, the entire world was in a state of panic. Many experts were dispatched, roaming everywhere, encircling and suppressing in all directions, all for the sake of intercepting Du Xiaofu and the others. Brat, you've gone too far. This time, you've completely offended all the beast races in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. One of the 200 immortal realm experts came to Du Xiaofu's side and said with a sidelong glance, "That's right. We were originally in someone else's territory. With so many people trying to kill us, we could have just run away. Why did we have to fight them head-on and eat so many beasts? Now look, we've only eaten a few beasts, but we've offended all the experts in this world." At this moment, another person came forward and said with a sigh. Hearing these two people's words, Du Xiaofu's face instantly darkened. He was furious. These two were none other than the 2 idiots who were the first to fight over the meat apart from his own family of 4. When you were eating, you threw all grievances and grudges out of the window. Now that you've finished eating, you've provoked the anger of the entire world, and now you're pushing all the blame onto me? Who was the one who said that disciples of the Yunyang sect should not be afraid of trouble? And who was the one who said that for delicious meat, eating it was the most basic respect for the experts who contributed those delicacies? Senior brothers, I want to ask you a question. Du Xiaofu held back his anger and said earnestly to them, Junior brother Xiaofu, if you have something to say, just say it. Even though you were unkind and went overboard this time, you've gone too far. But how should I put it? After all, you are a member of our Yunyang sect. No matter what difficulties you face in the future, as your senior brother, I will definitely help you out. One of the two guys sighed and patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder, saying, "I'm done. Junior brother, if you have any questions, feel free to ask." "Thank you, senior brother." Du Xiaofu was expressionless and said coolly, "Junior brother just wants to ask, can you be more shameless?" As soon as these words were spoken, the two men became even angrier. The man named Zhou Qingshan even slapped the back of Du Xiaofu's head. "These two fellows are really shameless," said Long San to Chu Daoju and Ling Feng with a smile on his face. However, the two of them were glaring at him furiously. "Three senior brothers, weren't you all putting on airs at the beginning?" But in the end, he still ate more happily than anyone else. Zhou Qingshan rolled his eyes and said with a humph. Chu Daoju, Ling Feng and Long San were instantly speechless. "Let's go quickly. If we don't escape, we'll really be surrounded like dumplings. At that time, the ones who will be eaten will be us." Chu Daoju did not say much and only preached like this. At this moment, everyone was facing an unprecedentedly difficult situation. With the addition of many beasts from the Qian Su Jing Hua heaven, more and more people were chasing them. They had already grown to no less than 2,000 people, all of whom were at the immortal stage. Moreover, other beasts with slightly weaker cultivation were also mobilized. They were roaming all around with the intention of capturing everyone's traces at any time and then reporting back to those experts. The entire wormhole was also completely sealed. There was simply no way to escape from this world. In fact, Du Xiaofu also thought about letting everyone break open the space directly and leave this Qian Su Jing Hua heaven. However, if they did that, it would certainly cause a big commotion. It would certainly attract the attention of many races. At that time, in the crack between worlds, there would be another difficult chase and escape battle. Moreover, there was no wormhole there. If they wanted to escape, it would be even more difficult. Right now, their greatest hope was still placed on Yu Taiyan and the others in the supreme Changrong heaven. Perhaps after they got the news, they would think of a way to come and help and break this current situation. Just as Du Xiaofu and the others were fleeing for their lives and many beasts were chasing after them with their lives, the entire Qian Su Jing Hua heaven was about to boil. What happened in that valley quickly spread through this world, entering the ears of countless creatures, becoming known to everyone. "Have you heard? Some humans from the outside world ran amok in this world and killed many experts." Yeah, they were all at the immortal stage. Such a terrifying confrontation was really too terrifying. Many races were alarmed. That's not all. Those humans were extremely arrogant. After killing our beasts, they even ate them as meat. Too much, this is really too much. If I run into them, I'll definitely cut them into 10,000 pieces. You? Take a rest. Thousands of immortal stage experts couldn't even catch them. What right do you have to say such big words? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Those humans won't be able to escape. I hope those big races can intervene as soon as possible and kill them. They definitely will. They must pay a sufficient price for running amok in our Qian Su Jing Hua heaven. If it's possible, we should also kill our way into their world and uproot all the human forces. It's said that they came from the supreme Changrong heaven. They're a force called the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom. It's also very powerful. If the creatures in this world go out on a large scale and wipe out the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom, the scene will definitely be spectacular. Many experts were discussing and lamenting what Du Xiaofu and the others had done. At the same time, many people were indignant. They only hated that their cultivation was too weak and that they couldn't suppress those humans who had offended so many big races in this world. In the end, many people were even fantasizing that if they angered the big races in this world, they could even go out on a campaign to wipe out the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom and vent their hatred. However, the discussions of many living beings had no effect on the overall situation of the matter. The only ones who could change the situation were those powerful races. And in the Qian Su Jing Hua heaven, the strongest races were the Taisher Demon Dragon, the green blood giant, and the divine netherworld race. At this moment, in the Taishur demon dragon clan, some people were gathered in that vast stone hall. There weren't many of them. Altogether, there were less than 20 of them. However, each of them had a different appearance. Among them, other than the Taishur demonic dragon clan with blood-red dragon horns on their foreheads, there were 6 or 7 tall people with green skin. Their bodies were 3 times the size of normal humans, and their muscles were strong and sturdy. They could only be described as majestic. In addition, there were a few people whose bodies were shrouded in dim light. They flickered and released a gloomy and dark aura. Their faces looked very pale and bloodless. They looked like sick people. These 2 races could be easily distinguished from their characteristics. They were the experts of the Green Blood Giant clan and the divine Netherworld race. The Taishur Demon Dragon clan, the Green Blood Giant clan, and the divine Netherworld race were gathered around 2 young men. They were talking. "My lords, we've settled the matter between us. As for what to do next, please instruct us." Among the Taishur demonic dragon clan, an old man bowed and said to the 2 young men in the seat of honor. This old man was the first to meet the 2 young men. At this moment, his expression changed from the initial suspicion to extreme respect. "What we're planning is related to the overall ownership of the 33 heavens in the future. Not only will we benefit, but your 3 races will also benefit greatly. My lord has awakened and is in the process of recovery. When the time is right, we can attack the 18 levels of hell," one of the 2 young men said indifferently. His tone was neither fast nor slow. "Once the 18 levels of hell are opened, the 33 heavens will be in chaos. When my lord returns, no one in this world will be able to stop our attack. The 33 heavens will be ours." The other young man's eyes emitted a fierce look as he said in a deep voice, "We'll wait for my lord's return." The experts of the 3 races all bowed at the same time towards the void. It was as if they were saluting a supreme existence. "Now, there's a small matter that I need you to do." One of the 2 young men raised a finger and said, "My lord, what are your orders?" "Please ask." The experts of the 3 races asked the young man with incomparable respect. "More than 200 immortal realm experts have come from the Qian Su Jing Hua heaven. I want your 3 races to attack and kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive." At this moment the other young man took over. His killing intent suddenly skyrocketed. Such a sentence caused the experts of the 3 races to look at each other in dismay. They were very puzzled. They had already received the news that more than 200 immortal realm experts had come to the Qian Su Jing Hua heaven, but they didn't take it too seriously. The 3 races didn't need to attack. Just the many experts from the outside world would be enough to crush them all as long as enough time passed and they gathered enough people. It seemed that the 3 races didn't need to interfere at all. They also had no way to escape. It was only a matter of time. But why did these 2 lords pay so much attention to those people and want to kill them directly? Seeming to have seen through the thoughts of the experts of the 3 races, one of the young men snorted coldly and said, "Don't underestimate these people. Their background is very big. If I tell you, you'll be scared to death. In order to avoid any accidents, the 3 races must attack with all their strength and strive to kill all of them." He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the experts of the 3 races as if they were clowns. It could be said that these people didn't know the origin of those humans, so they didn't know the stakes involved. "We'll follow your orders, my lords." The experts of the 3 races were stunned for a moment, but they didn't say anything. Since this young man had already said so, they just had to do as he said. No matter what the origin of those humans was, they were just fleas in the eyes of the 3 races. More than 200 sempiternal stage experts were not weak, but they were still not enough to be taken seriously by the 3 races. Moreover, there were even more beasts outside who were involved. It was as easy as turning over one's hand to kill those humans. Just as the young man said, it was a trivial matter. It's inconvenient for the two of us to show up. We'll leave this matter to you. You must do it well. One of the two young men spoke again. He continued, I guess the power behind them must have learned about the situation here by now. They'll definitely try their best to come to rescue them. You must pay more attention. Don't worry, my lord. No matter what their background is or how powerful the power behind them is, in our Qian Su Jinghua heaven, everything is still decided by our three races. Even if we have to send out experts of the meditative stage, we'll still kill them and fulfill your orders. An old man from the Green Blood Giant clan stepped forward and said in a powerful and resonant voice. He was very confident that in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, no one could go against his three races. Only when many powerful powers of the outside world came together could they possibly be afraid of them. However, with the existence of the immemorial contract, perhaps not many people would violate their original promise and come to the Qian Su Jinghua heaven to make trouble. I advise you not to be so arrogant. It's better for you to restrain yourselves a little. Otherwise, when the time comes, you'll be suppressed to the point where you can't get out of the situation and slap your own faces. A young man walked up to this green blood giant and stared straight at him, saying, If the power behind them doesn't show up, killing those humans is indeed a trivial matter. But if you're too arrogant, you'll only suffer losses when the time comes. Since we've already formed an alliance, I don't want you to throw away your lives. The most important thing is, it doesn't matter if you die, but don't mess up the matter. He stared straight at the old man of the Green Blood Giant clan. His handsome face appeared somewhat ferocious, which made the old man's heart flustered. We'll definitely remember your words, my lord. We'll definitely restrain ourselves and get the matter done properly. This expert of the Green Blood Giant clan said intermittently with a somewhat trembling voice. The aura on this young man's body was really too strong. Even though his cultivation was far inferior to his own, his identity was there, which made this old man with terrifying cultivation tremble. Only now did everyone in the stone hall realize that perhaps this matter was not as simple as they had imagined. Remember, you must act quickly and settle everything, so as to prevent the power behind them from killing us. Otherwise, everything will be too late. After a moment of silence, another young man spoke again. He continued to instruct. If it really comes to the point where it's impossible to do anything, I only have one request. The other humans can be safely let go, but there's one person who must die. When this young man finished speaking, he actually gnashed his teeth and revealed his killing intent. Who? The experts of the three clans hurriedly asked, wanting to know the identity of the person who must be killed. The young man did not answer. Instead, he stretched out an arm and casually waved a ray of light. In the void in front of him, an image was released, and the figure of a young man appeared. This young man was dressed in a purple robe. His body was strong and his entire body was overflowing with a domineering aura. At first glance, one could tell that he was extraordinary. This person's name is Du Xiaofu. His cultivation is at the truth-severing stage. No matter what, as long as he's dead, your mission this time will be a success. In the stone hall, the young man who spoke earlier said coldly, Du Xiaofu, truth-severing stage. The experts of the three clans all firmly remembered the image of the young man in the image in their hearts and silently muttered his name. Among the more than 200 Immortal Realm experts, there's actually a truth-severing stage expert. Who exactly is this person? The experts of the three clans all thought of this and felt somewhat puzzled. Perhaps these two people in front of them had some personal grudges with the purple-robed young man and just wanted to borrow the hands of the three clans to kill him. However, the experts of the three clans did not ask too much. They only promised the two young men at the head of the table, this Du Xiaofu will definitely not leave Qian Su Jinghua heaven alive. These people all had enough confidence. Wanting to kill a truth-severing stage expert was a lot easier than annihilating those 200 people. I'll warn you one last time. Don't be careless. The young man warned again. Then, he waved his hand. I won't say anything else. Go and prepare. Act as soon as possible. After he finished speaking, the experts of the Taisher Demon Dragon, the Green Blood Giant, and the Divine Netherworld clan all bowed and retreated, leaving the stone hall. Watching the figures of these people disappear, the two young men looked into the void and did not speak for a long time. No one knew what they were thinking, but it could be seen that the corners of their mouths were raised with some coldness, and there was also icy, killing intent. Du Xiaofu, this time, you should have nowhere to run, one of the young men murmured softly. He came to Qian Su Jinghua Heaven this time. He's simply courting death. The other person stood still and said so. These two people knew very well that under the joint attack of the Taisher Demon Dragon clan, the Green Blood Giant clan, and the Divine Netherworld clan, even if Du Xiaofu had the protection of more than 200 Immortal Realm experts, his life would definitely be in danger. Even if the other forces of the outside world came, it would probably be too late. Therefore, this time, Du Xiaofu, that brat, would definitely die. Sir hasn't decided to kill him yet, but we definitely can't let Du Xiaofu continue to live. As long as he exists, he's the biggest threat to us. The more time passes, the harder it will be to kill him with his cultivation speed. The young man from before said coldly with a serious look in his eyes. Perhaps Sir will think that we're doing this because of our personal grudge with Du Xiaofu. But it's nothing. As long as Du Xiaofu dies, we'll get rid of our biggest threat, and everything will be worth it. The other young man clenched his fist and smashed it hard in the void. It broke through the space, and a black hole vortex appeared. It violently emitted a terrifying suction force, tearing everything in the surroundings. It was horrifying. I believe that Your Excellency will understand our intentions. At this time, the young man who spoke first said again, no matter what, Du Xiaofu must die this time. The other young man nodded and said no more. Let's go. We have to do our best to improve our cultivation. Before Sir recovers to a certain extent, we still have a lot of things to do. As the young man spoke, he directly walked out of the stone hall. Behind him, the other young man followed and left together. Chapter 2791. The vast Qian Su Jinghua Heaven is boiling. Almost all the creatures know that a group of more than 200 Immortal Realm humans has come to this world. Moreover, they have killed many beasts. What's more hateful is that some beasts have become food for them. Many creatures feel aggrieved. There are countless experts in this world. All the Immortal Realm experts added together are at least several 100,000 people. At this moment, several thousand of them have been dispatched and have been tailing them. However, they still haven't been able to capture them. This makes them very angry. Those humans are too cunning. They simply don't want to confront the experts of this world. They only care about hiding everywhere, leaving the experts of this world with no way to deal with them. However, everybody is suppressing their anger. As long as they can surround them, none of them will be able to escape. It should be known that at the beginning, the experts of the 19 clans are not very strong. The strongest among them is only at the 5th sky of Immortal Realm or the 6th sky of Immortal Realm at most. However, as time goes by, more and more people have joined in. Soon, many experts at the 7th sky, 8th sky and even the 9th sky of Immortal Realm have joined in the encirclement. It shouldn't be long before those humans are all killed. However, when many experts in the Qianshu Jinghua Heaven have just relaxed a bit, an even better piece of news spreads all over the place. The Primordial Demon Dragon Clan, the Green Blood Giant Clan and the Divine Netherworld Clan, the 3 strongest clans, have joined in. Now, let's see what ability those humans have to continue hiding. Those 3 clans are all terrifying existences. In the 33 heavens, there shouldn't be too many forces that can resist them. With the means of the 3 clans, it's absolutely not a difficult thing to force those humans to show themselves. We must capture them. We can't let those humans continue to act presumptuously. We must use their blood to wash away the humiliation those 19 clans have suffered. Kill them all. Let them regret coming to our Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Disregard the immemorial contract and bring disaster to the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. They deserve to die. Many creatures are shouting loudly. They are incomparably excited. With the primordial demon dragon clan, the green blood giant clan and the divine netherworld clan joining in, how can those humans hide? One must know that the 3 clans did not only represent their own clans. With their strong cohesiveness, they would definitely attract more experts to surround and kill the 200-plus sempiternal realm experts. At that time, only death awaited them. None of them would be able to escape. On this day, all the creatures in the entire Qian Su Jinghua heaven are excited. They are running here and there at all times, inquiring about the news that will come at any time. They want to know when those humans will be suppressed. In contrast to the excitement of these creatures, Du Xiaofu and the others were all in a sorry state, running around in all directions. Motherfucker, these beasts are too ferocious. They actually sent out so many experts to find us. This is the first time I've seen such a big battle. I'm so fucking scared. What's the situation on Junior Brother Yu's side? Why hasn't anyone come to save us after so long? It's all Du Xiaofu's fault. He had a good time eating meat, but now it's even better. He's being chased like a grandson. But it's also pretty good. This experience reminds me of the passionate years when I was weak. Yeah, we've been through a lot of things like this since we've cultivated to this level. It's just that we've almost forgotten about it. How old were we then? Now that I think about it, we're just young boys. Yeah, it's so good to be young. Among the 200-plus people, some people spoke up from time to time. However, although some people were cursing loudly, it did not sound like they were complaining. Instead, it sounded more like they were filled with a kind of hidden bitterness. In the end, some people even began to recall themselves when they were young and felt that it was so good to be young. Du Xiaofu did not speak in the crowd. He did not have such a good attitude like these 200-plus people. After all, he was only at the truth-severing stage. Faced with the majestic army of immortal realm experts surrounding and suppressing him, his little face turned ashen. He did not even have the time to run for his life. He did not have the leisure to find joy in the midst of misery. You brat, you finally know fear? Beside him, Chu Daoju slapped the back of Du Xiaofu's head and said with a smile. Although he was teasing him, in his heart, Chu Daoju faintly admired this brat Du Xiaofu. If it was an ordinary truth-severing stage expert, he would have wet his pants in fright at this time. His legs would be so weak that he would not be able to run. However, looking at this brat, although his expression was not good, he was using the law of space extremely smoothly. His speed of escape was actually not slower than his own. Senior Brother Chu, don't scare this brat. Look at his face, it's about to drip water. Beside him, Long San laughed loudly and said with narrowed eyes. Du Xiaofu ignored them and used the Fuyao style to the extreme. The speed of the flow of qi in his body was also pulled to the limit. He was constantly thinking about how to get out of the current situation. If it was just him alone, it would not be a problem. The key was that so many people around him had come to help him. He could not let them fall into a dangerous situation. He could not bear such an outcome. In addition, Du Xiaowang, Du Xiaoba, and Du Xiaolin were still in the desolate ancient space. Ouyang Shuang, ancient ancestor Bifang, and the ancient emperor of the human clan were also recovering after their injuries were stabilized. Du Xiaofu regarded these people's lives as more important than his own. He would definitely not allow any accidents to happen to them. The pursuers were too strong. There were people from all races. It would be an exaggeration to say that their numbers were overwhelming, but it could definitely be considered as heaven's net. If there's no other way, then all of you can hide in the desolate ancient space. After thinking about it, Du Xiaofu really did not have a better idea. The only thing he could think of was to use the desolate ancient space to let everyone hide inside and drag it out day by day. At most, they could hide inside and cultivate. Let's see who can outlast the other experts outside. Du Xiaofu believed that with the strength of those outside, there was no one who could break through the desolate ancient space. After all, it was something that the principal of Tianwu Academy created. He was still lying in the desolate ancient space, trying to break through to the final realm of the meditative realm. Forgetting the heavens and earth, forgetting the world and forgetting oneself, transcending reincarnation. After the principal of Tianwu Academy breaks through, he will be able to transcend reincarnation. Among all the meditative realm experts in the 33 heavens, he will definitely be the strongest existence. Du Xiaofu was looking forward to seeing the principal of Tianwu Academy wake up as soon as possible. However, he also knew how difficult it was to break through to the transcending reincarnation realm. Using Yu Yuqian's words, many people would get lost in the reincarnation cycle and never wake up again. From this, it could be seen how dangerous it was to break through to the meditative realm. However, Yu Yuqian had also told Du Xiaofu that the principal of Tianwu Academy was extremely talented. He was the #1 expert in the Lingwu world back then, and his achievements were unrivaled. Therefore, he told Du Xiaofu to sit beside the principal of Tianwu Academy when he cultivated. Perhaps he would have a chance to resonate with the principal in the laws of time and space. If that was the case, the benefits to Du Xiaofu would be unimaginable. Not good. We're surrounded. Just when Du Xiaofu was deep in thought, Chu Daoju suddenly spoke with a serious tone. Soon, everyone realized that there were figures appearing from the void all around them. They were surrounding the 200+ people from all directions. These people were all experts from the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Every one of them was in the immortal realm. Over 4,000 people. Damn it. They have 20 times more people than us. On Du Xiaofu's side, someone's face turned pale as he cursed loudly. It was a comical sight. 1 against 20? We can't win no matter what. Someone pinched his fingers and said with a bitter face, "Fight my ass. Why aren't you running? Are you waiting to be surrounded?" Ling Feng cursed loudly. He turned around and rushed out, wanting to break out of the encirclement. "Brat, we don't need this divine wilderness heavenlock formation anymore. We need to run now." Chu Daoju also rushed out eagerly. At the same time, he threw the divine wilderness heavenlock formation into the void and spread it out to delay a portion of the people. If we don't need it, then we don't need it. Let's save our lives first. Du Xiaofu's little face stiffened. At this moment, how could he still care about the divine wilderness heavenlock formation? There were over 4,000 immortal realm beasts around them. If they did not think of a way to escape, the 200+ people would really be wiped out. The matter this time is really a bit big. They have encountered the worst outcome. Almost all the experts in this world know that they have come to the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Moreover, many people have shown up to encircle and annihilate them. Quickly stop them. Don't let them escape. In the surroundings, many experts shouted loudly and pounced at Du Xiaofu and the others. However, after the divine wilderness heavenlock formation was spread out, it covered an extremely large area. Many figures were blocked. Only a few hundred beasts in one direction just happened to block Du Xiaofu and the others' escape route. Quickly break the formation. The beasts trapped in the formation shouted loudly and began to work together to break the formation. For immortal realm experts like them, if they work together, it would not take too long to break this formation. Charge! Kill them all! Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San and the others shouted strangely and rushed towards a weak point in the encirclement. They only wanted to escape and did not want to continue fighting. In addition, their cultivation was indeed very strong. Finally, they barely managed to tear open a gap in the encirclement of several hundred experts and began to flee with their hands covering their heads. Just as they rushed out, a loud boom came from behind them. The divine wilderness heavenlock formation that trapped many beasts exploded with a terrifying explosion, causing the entire world to shake and the void to distort and deform within a radius of millions of miles. Such a great formation was destroyed just like that. Du Xiaofu turned his head to take a look. He felt that his heart was bleeding and his heart was incomparably distressed. That divine wilderness heavenlock formation was modeled after a great formation from the immemorial era. Although it was far inferior to the one that covered the 33 heavens and killed countless demons, it was still extraordinary enough. After snatching it from the extreme spirit holy land in the immemorial space, Du Xiaofu treated it as a treasure. He did not expect that it would be destroyed just like that under the fierce bombardment of several thousand beasts. It would become a waste. If the great formation is gone, there is still a chance to find another way to get it. If you lose your life, then everything is over. Beside Du Xiaofu, Long San's face was stiff, but he spoke in a serious tone. Losing that formation had given them a chance to escape. It could be said that they had made the best use of it. Du Xiaofu could only think this in his heart to comfort himself. However, the beasts behind them moved too quickly. They were closing in on them. Damn humans, you can't escape. Quickly surrender and accept the cruelest punishment. Do you still want to escape alive? I'm not afraid to tell you that the 3 strongest races have already arrived. None of you can escape today. The Taisher Demon Dragon, the Green Blood Giant, and the Divine Netherworld race have arrived. They will definitely make you all die without a burial place. Behind them, the beasts shouted loudly. Vast sound waves spread out and directly drilled into the ears of Du Xiaofu and the others. These people were filled with murderous intent as they desperately charged forward. One after another, overbearing divine abilities blasted forward. Damn it, looks like we're really finished this time. The 3 strongest races have arrived. What else can we do? Long San pursed his lips and said with a long face. Originally, his face was resolute and domineering. But with this expression, it was as funny as it could be. Indeed, the Taisher Demon Dragon clan, the Green Blood Giant clan, and the Divine Netherworld race were the 3 overlords of the Qian Su Jing Hua Heaven. They were extremely powerful. When they joined forces, even the strongest races of the 33 heavens would have to retreat if they encountered them alone. If the other experts of this world were to be added, their 200-plus people would not even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. A bunch of evil creatures, why are you following behind us? When I succeed in my cultivation, I'll definitely kill you all again. Then I'll roast, fry, squeeze, stew, and steam all of you. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu turned his head and cursed at the many experts behind him. He thought that it would be really difficult to escape this time. He simply made up his mind and cursed loudly. Idiot, do you fucking think we're not dying fast enough? Ling Feng slapped the back of Du Xiaofu's head and said while glaring at him. Even the 3 strongest races have arrived. This brat still dares to whine here. Won't he be even more hated? Sure enough, after the many experts behind him heard what he said, they immediately roared again. Bastard! After we catch you, we'll definitely put you in a pot of oil and squeeze you for 10 million years. Then we'll put the divine flame into your brains and roast your primordial spirit. You'll be consigned to eternal damnation. These humans are too hateful. Even at this time, they are still thinking about eating them. They simply deserve to die. Savage, too savage. Long San stuck out his tongue. His face was trembling. Du Xiaofu's face was even worse. His cultivation was the weakest among them. He simply could not support using the first move of Fuyao repeatedly. The internal energy in his body was being consumed very quickly. In the end, he had no choice but to let Chu Daoju take him through space. the group of people flew across the boundless earth. They were about to circle the entire Qian Su Jing Hua heaven. Chu Daoju and the others also thought about going out of the world. However, all the escape routes were sealed. The direction of the wormhole was even more out of the question. They could only continue to wander around. However, in the end, they were still unable to escape. They were surrounded by even more people. The primordial demonic dragon race, the green blood giant race, and the divine netherworld race have all come. More than 200 people stood in midair, surrounded by densely packed figures. They were trapped in the middle. These people had already gathered more than 20,000 people. It was 100 times more than Du Xiaofu and the others. Among them, 3 races were the leaders. On one side, everyone had a pair of blood-red dragon horns on their foreheads. There was a faint, murderous aura emitting from them. It stirred up the surrounding space and affected the rules and order in all directions. On the other side, there were numerous tall and sturdy giants. They were several zhang tall and covered with green skin. Their muscles were firm. At first glance, one could tell that they had boundless strength. They were like numerous human-shaped hills standing there. It was extremely shocking. On the other side, every one of them looked pale and bloodless. They looked as if they would stop breathing and die at any moment. However, they were all surrounded by a faint dim light. They released a gloomy and dark aura, resonating with some kind of unique rhythm in the world. Just by standing there, they made Du Xiaofu and the others feel a terrifying and filthy aura coming at them, making their primordial spirits tremble. Are these the 3 strongest races? Du Xiaofu's eyes swept over the surroundings. He took in the forms of those beastmen. This was the first time he had seen the primordial demonic dragon race, the green blood giant race, and the divine netherworld race. He was deeply shocked by their terrifying auras. Du Xiaofu could not help but sigh. They deserved to be called the 3 strongest races in the Qian Su Jing Hua heaven. Just the immortal realm experts of these 3 races added up to nearly 10,000 people. Such a terrifying lineup made one's scalp tingle just thinking about it. He really did not expect that his group of more than 200 people could actually alarm these 3 races. They even sent out such a powerful lineup to deal with them. He had to admit that the creatures in this world really thought highly of his group. Humans, let's see where you can run to this time. An old man from the primordial demonic dragon race stepped out. His burning eyes swept over everybody. In the end, his eyes stopped at Du Xiaofu. Through Chu Daoju's information, Du Xiaofu knew that this old man was at the 9th sky of Immortal Realm. His cultivation base was the same as Chu Daoju's. He was extremely formidable. If Chu Daoju had not used his cultivation base to protect himself, this old man's gaze would have been enough to kill Du Xiaofu directly. The gap between the true Severing Realm and the 9th sky of Immortal Realm was really too big. Old bastard, don't make a fuss over there. You can come and go as you please. This Qian Su Jing Hua heaven can't trap us. Du Xiaofu said, neither hurriedly nor slowly, throwing a glance at that old man. At this point, he wasn't afraid at all. If he really couldn't escape, then he would put everyone into the desolate ancient space and slowly waste time with them. In any case, he could still cultivate there. It was just a matter of who could last longer.